Good morning, everybody. Class 1 AOB in our Ring A. All ready this morning. Class 1 AOB in the ring right now. That means Class 2 Angus breeding heifer on deck. Class 2 Angus breeding heifer on deck. That'll be directly after Class 1 AOB breeding heifer.
Well, good morning, and certainly a pleasure to be back here at the summit, and looking forward to working through the breeding heifers today. We start off in a really nice female for the young man in the cowboy hat in the AOB drive. Just a single entry and an automatic champion in this particular division, but nonetheless a female that could have stood a lot of competition. She's really feminine. She's long and smooth in terms of how she pulls herself together, like her design of her hip, and she gets out and travels extremely well. You know, not the most overwhelming in terms of stoutness or bone, but looks like a lady, a lot of quality, and be fun to get her back out here later this afternoon in the champion drive. Congratulations.
And congratulations, Charlie Cody of Renner, South Dakota, AOB breeding heifer at his first place. And congratulations, Charlie Cody, champion AOB breeding heifer. Now entering the ring, Class 2 Angus breeding heifer. Lily Cody, Renner, South Dakota. Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa. Christopher Bremer, Ocheyedan, Iowa. And Tess and Abnett, Rockford, Iowa.
as we jump into our Angus division. Do so in a big way with 4 females that offer a lot of quality, and I'm sure the young lady that lands in 4th in this particular class probably didn't come expecting to do so, and I think that speaks to the testament of the quality in this particular class. We're going to elect to lead off with the young man that's just circling around here, and maybe a female that at first was a little harder just to get a look at because she's wanting to fight the halter a bit today, but we just find the most positives in this female to gravitate towards. I think she's really good in terms of her rib cage and her added stoutness and power. This one, it reads the most dense in terms of her foot size and her bone work directly at the surface. You know, you could pick on her a little and say she doesn't transition just perfect from her shoulder right there into her forerib and her forespine, and as she gets out and goes, she wants to plant just a little outside of herself from behind, but I don't know that we've got a perfect built one in here. Still very confident in electing to use that heifer to lead off in this particular class. We thought the young man's heifer here in 2 just kind of logically fell into 2nd, a female that maybe doesn't wow you in any one particular area, but relatively complete, a female that has some attractiveness, actually probably better headed and higher tying than our class winner, a long-sided female that's good in terms of her silhouette and lines, maybe a little bit more one-dimensional in terms of her center body shape, and as you watch her get out and go, she maybe just wants to twist out on those front 2 ever so slightly. That's why we landed her in 2nd. We thought it was close between 3 and 4. Ultimately, we just read this heifer to be a little bit safer in terms of her lower joints and her skeleton. This heifer probably is the soundest built one in this particular class. Very smooth about her shoulder, very athletic in the way that she reaches off of either end. The reason she falls into 3rd for us is when you step in behind this female, she's probably the most disappointing in this respective class. She's just flatter in terms of her body shape, more closed up in terms of her pin set, wants to pull her hock from behind ever so slightly, but we like her quality and we like her basic build. If you want to argue that this heifer in 4 is bolder, more opened up in terms of her skeleton, we certainly do not disagree because she is those things. If you step in behind this one, she's good in terms of her pin set, and in terms of her added dimension, probably has a shot more bone than the heifer who comes in front of her. We just thought this one struggled the most from a structural perspective. She's the most upright in terms of the angle of her shoulder, gets tighter right there in the center of her back, and just needs more flexibility and reach there in terms of her hind leg. A good class. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And yes, a round of applause. First place, Christopher Bremer, Ocheyedan, Iowa. In 2nd, Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa. 3rd, Tess Inabnit from Rockford, Iowa. And 4th, Lily Cody, Renner, South Dakota. Entering the ring now, Class 3 Angus breeding heifer, Cameron Colbert and Briar Peterson. Colbert from Mobile, Iowa. Peterson from Terrell, Iowa. On deck, Class 4 Angus breeding heifer. On deck, Class 4 Angus breeding heifer.
Well, a really nice place to start here in Class 2 of your Angus with a logical class winner with the young man here. Does a great job of getting this heifer shown, and heifer's put together really nicely. Really like this female just from her cow standpoint. Awesome in terms of her rib, awesome in terms of her body, just very, very maternal in that regard. And once again, gets out and travels good. We think a female that just from a basic cow standpoint, you can just gravitate towards really fast and like those things about her. To get critical, maybe not the neatest up through her throat latch, and maybe you want to give her just a shade more just stoutness when you get down to the surface, but very critical of a very high-end Angus female. Congratulations to that young man. Young man just got in here with a good one. His heifer's got quality too. She's probably even a little more refined and attractive about her head and her neck and how she ties at the top side of it. Female, it's got some width and power as well. We compare her to that one that wins. She doesn't blend together quite as nicely out through her tail head, how she reads in terms of her front end structure, but no doubt a very quality female to be exhibited here in Sioux Falls this morning. Help me congratulate that young man as he exits.
And congratulations, Cameron Colbert, first place, Mobile, Iowa. In second, Brian Peterson from Terrell, Iowa. Soon entering the ring will be Class 4 Angus breeding heifer. Class 4 Angus breeding heifer. Maya Curran, Cheriton, Iowa, in Class 4 breeding heifer. Kiana Hazel, Beersford, South Dakota. Jackson Deppy, Winterset, Iowa. Amelia Tuttle, Granville, Iowa. Max McGonigal, Jasper, Minnesota. Wyatt and Abnett, Rockford, Iowa. And Kendall Burns, Oxford, Iowa. Our judges in Ring A, Bodie and Jesse Schliff. They're from El Paso, Illinois, where they manage the show and sale cattle operations of the Lane Farms, a 250 head seed stock operation. Bodie and Jesse both graduated from Oklahoma State with animal science degrees and were both members of national champion judging teams. Bodie currently works as a sales rep for the SC Online Sales, and Jessie owns an agricultural marketing agency with her sister, Ashley. Welcome to our judges, Bodie and Jesse Schliff.
Well, a really, really good class, and apologize for taking a little bit longer, but I do think there is some discussion to be had, particularly amongst this initial trio. There's certainly some different things that you can do. Ultimately, the longer they were out here and the more we studied them, we feel pretty confident still in starting this young lady's heifer up here at the front, and how we described her is maybe not the most of anything amongst this initial trio, but probably amongst them just the hardest to punch a major hole in. And we think this female is very, very maternal in terms of her overall look. Very feminine about her head feature, refined about her neck, smooth-shouldered, and drops back with the right type of body shape and maternal look in the center portion of her skeleton. That's a female that gets out and goes relatively well in terms of her lower joints, particularly compared to the female that comes in second. If you get critical on that one, she maybe wants to drop down in her loin and shoot her tail head up ever so slightly when we set those cattle into motion. But again, we just feel like that female is very, very complete, hard to punch just a major hole in, and we're just most comfortable in her structural build amongst this initial pair to win this class. Now, there is no doubt this heifer in second is the extreme one in terms of her pieces. She is impeccable in terms of her rib cage and just her spring of rib as you step in behind her. Really, really big in terms of her upper pin set, and no doubt this is the biggest footed, stoutest featured one of this initial trio. I guess for us, this heifer today is maybe fighting the halter a little bit, and when you study her coming and going, she's just a little bit more on the edge of her skeleton as she gets out and goes. A little wide in the way she tracks up front. As you step in behind her, a little wide in the way that she sets down those rear two. And even though she's got plenty of set at the ground, just to us reads a little bit straighter in terms of her hock. I'll be honest, we struggled maybe for a little while with where to place this female because I think her presentation and outline is really, really attractive. Young lady does an awesome job of getting this one pulled together. A female that's good in her lines and good in terms of her look of balance. To us, this heifer maybe just read a little bit frailer featured in terms of her rear foot and ankle. And then when you step in behind her, she was probably of that initial trio just the most closed up in terms of her pin set and her muscle shape. If we change those things, I think she pushes up higher in this particular class because her quality, her angles, and her look from the side is very, very good. Young man's heifer here in 4 we thought was just very basic and cowy in terms of her type and kind. Maternal in her body shape, extra sound when we set that one into motion. Amongst kind of that initial grouping of cattle, probably just fell out as a little bit more plain in her look. She's a little shorter necked, has a little extra chest, probably not as stout in terms of her bone work. We like the length, extension, and freshness of this heifer that comes next, and for being that elevated and refined up front, she actually is really bold in terms of her body shape and big in terms of her upper hip. A heifer that's a little longer bodied and gets a little bit drier right there in the center portion of her skeleton. We read her to be a little bit more rigid and restricted in the way that she utilizes her hock. We've got a more moderate, at least size female coming around next that's high quality in terms of her look from the side. When we set this one into motion, we read her to be more up and down in the angle of her shoulder, more rigid in terms of the way that she utilizes her rear pastern. And then the young lady rounds out the class with one that's certainly sound and functional when we set the cattle into motion, probably just fell out as the plainest in terms of her stoutness of feature and her look from the side. Really good class and an interesting trio up top. Let's give all those Angus exhibitors a nice hand.
And top of that class, Kiana Hazel, Beersford, South Dakota. Second, Maya Curran, Chariton, Iowa. Entering now is Class 5 Angus breeding heifer. Class 5 Angus breeding heifer entering now, Jacob Greiman, Goodell, Iowa. Taylor Foss, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Lily Pithen, Danbury, Iowa. Kinley Richardson, Lake City, Iowa. Emma Heitbrink, Worthington, Minnesota. Nolan Hackett, Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. Oakland Plamp, Mitchell, South Dakota. And Avery Vondrak, Hinton, Iowa.
Well, as good and as deep of a class, I know we're just getting into the heifers, but yesterday included, this is a banger class of Angus, and I think they're very, very good. This heifer that leads off with, you get critical of her in one area, I think, and you'd maybe like to just punch her up just a little bit in terms of her forerib, maybe right in behind her shoulder, but at the same time of this class, no doubt, of these top three, she's the greenest one, and there is no denying, in our opinion, that she is absolutely the most elite in terms of her structure. That female's got a very, very elite hind leg. You get past that, awesome through the front third of her body in terms of how she ties to the top side of her shoulder, her femininity, her balance and proportions are amazing. When you get off to the side of her, we actually think she's got some pin width and stoutness. Like I said, you could change her just a little in her forerib. That's a very high-end Angus female that I think is very, very hard to make one with that kind of structural build. We thought 2 and 3 was really challenging and certainly would listen to bait on either one of them if you felt passionately that they needed to go the other way. At the end of the day, we were more comfortable with the young man in the cowboy hat in terms of her hind leg posture, ability to get out and go, and actually of those 2 heifers that we think are very, very good, we actually thought she was probably just a shade more genuine in terms of her shape and her stoutness down through her quarter, how she blended together even up through her shoulder for having that much width and body. She's a female that you compare to that one that wins, maybe not quite as unique in terms of how she ties the top side of her shoulder or look about her head shape, maybe a little upright in terms of her knee, but a very, very good one we think to be standing in 2 that wins the Angus at a lot of shows across the country. A very good one. Much could be said the same about the young man's heifer here that comes in 3. Probably a little bit neater up through her head and her neck than the one right in front of him, and absolutely fit, awesome, great bodied female that proportions with a very, very high degree of symmetry, and still a female that you just love to look at when you get off to the profile of her. The reason she falls to 3 for us is in terms of her hind leg. We thought she was the most uncoordinated in terms of she got out and handled it. Want to see her set down with more flexibility and squareness and a more consistent posture. Young lady comes next with a female that is just very, very green. You okay? If you get her caught, you can take her out, okay? Okay? The young lady's heifer here in the middle of the ring is a heifer that is very, very green, but has humongous pieces, as unique and tidy in terms of her head and neck as anything in this class, and still has some stoutness in terms of her hind leg. Her balance is really cool and can give you a killer look. She's a female that just needs more time to kind of just keep continuing on and feed. She's pretty bare behind her shoulder and just gives up quite a bit of mass and just stoutness today. But man, you talk about one with a killer look that's got a high upside. That young lady's got a cool one to work on through the summer. This young lady here has had a tough go of it with a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of quality. Just not her today. Want to commend her for hanging in there and being a tough cookie. Heifer's got a lot of good to her. Just need to see her get out here and present herself a notch better. Young lady comes next with another one that certainly I'm sure she didn't come here expecting to be towards the bottom end of the class, because a good female here that's really attractive, really refined, nice balance comparative to the ones in front of her. Just need to open her up in terms of her pin width and her body shape. Maybe set her back in her knee just a little bit. Young lady comes next with another female that's got a lot of quality, like her refinement, like her attractiveness, not quite the stoutness and power when you get down to the surfaces we've seen some. Much could be said the same about the young ladies, like her femininity, like her smoothness, a really long, late maturing kind of female. Just gives up too much horsepower today. But awesome class Angus. Some kids in there that had a rough go but did a great job hanging with them. Let's give them kids a nice round of applause.
And in first place, Class 5 Angus breeding heifer, Oakland Plamp of Mitchell, South Dakota. Second, Nolan Hackett, Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. Entering the ring now, Class 6 Angus breeding heifer, Leighton Christopherson, Rockford, Iowa. Natalie McKenna, Sioux City, Iowa. and Archer Pomrenke, Fairmont, Minnesota. On deck is Class 7. Class 7 on deck. That'll be followed by Class 8. Class 7, Charolais breeding heifer. Class 8, Charolais composite breeding heifer on deck. Angus breeding heifer, Class 6 Angus breeding heifer in the ring now. On deck, Class 7 Charolais breeding heifer, followed by Class 8 Charolais composite breeding heifer in the ring now. Class 6 Angus breeding heifer to be followed by Class 7 Charolais breeding heifer, and then Class 8 Charolais composite.
A good class, and one for us that I think every calf kind of just has its place. We never really debated not starting the young lady up here in the green sweater, a female that maybe doesn't have just a huge piece in the way that she comes to us today, but again, one that is just very, very complete and very nice, highly presented to a high degree, one that's feminine and fresh and attractive about the front 1/3 of her skeleton, laid and smooth about her shoulder, and yet still comes back deep and soft right there in the center portion of her skeleton. Again, maybe not just the most out there in terms of foot size, bone, or stoutness as we step in behind her, but we love her balance. We love her maternal look. She's the soundest structured and the best in terms of her lower joints within this particular class. Some big pieces in the heifer here in two. One that's really tall-shouldered, extended, and when you step in behind her, she actually maybe is a nickel rounder in terms of her rib cage and stouter in terms of her upper pin set, even than the heifer that wins this particular class. For us, from a structure standpoint, we thought this heifer maybe wanted to twist out just a little bit up there on her front toes. As she gets out and goes, you can see she wants to deviate right there in her loin, pick her tail head up, just becomes a little bit more discombobulated in the way that she gets out and goes. And then the young man's got a heifer here that maybe isn't wanting to show the best today, but I think she's sound in terms of her structural build, just the greenest and most closed up in terms of her skeleton. Needs a few more days to just keep going on feed, to mass up, to play harder amongst those other two. Good class. Let's give all three of those exhibitors a nice hand.
First place, Class 6 Angus breeding heifer, Natalie McKenna, Sioux City, Iowa. Second, Leighton Christopherson, Rockford, Iowa.
Well, an awesome way to kind of get going here and get things heated up in the heifer show today with an awesome breed, and this has been the most consistent, the most high quality breed that we've got to judge here since we've been here at the summit, and thoroughly impressed with the quality that came through this Angus division. These 5 classes, 5 class winners are very good, and then there was cattle that were second and third in some of these classes that are very, very competitive. No matter where you want to go, you could have someone come in here else and grab the mic, and I'm sure jumble them up just a little bit, and they dang sure wouldn't be wrong. But these are the ones that we like. My compliments to the breeders, the exhibitors, the people getting them ready. Awesome set of Angus. We think there's one that kind of comes out here and needs to win, and then we're going to bring in another, and then I think we'll have some discussion for reserve. But we're going to put the mic down. We'll show you which one we like, and then we'll judge for reserve. So congratulations. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
And grand champion, Angus breeding heifer, Oakland Plamp, out of Mitchell, South Dakota. And reserve grand champion, Nolan Hackett, Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. Congratulations. Entering the ring now, Class 7 Charolais breeding heifer, Braxton Keppen, Harrisburg, South Dakota. Avery Coles, Hutchinson, Minnesota. And Hallie Keppen, Harrisburg, South Dakota.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks for having us come out again today. We're excited to judge the Heifer Show. I think we landed on a very high-quality one in this particular class. Single entry, but one I think's got a lot of good. One that's attractive up to her front 1/3. She's deep and bold in her body shape. Sets it in motion. I think she's really good in terms of her flexibility. Very high-quality calf. Let's give him a big round of applause.
nice trio of Charolais, and I believe there's only one class, so this young lady up in the front is going to be our breed champion as well, and a female that we really, really like from the front 1/3 of her skeleton. That female is maternal in terms of her head shape, very, very long and refined in terms of the top side of that one's neck, and elevated through the front 1/3 of her body, and yet for being that refined, I still think this female reads with the right type of body shape here from the side when we study her at the profile. Step it behind her, and she's maybe not just the most overwhelming in terms of just pin width and power through her lower quarter and stifle, but I don't think it matters in this particular trio. She's the highest quality, good structured, and a really nice place to start. There's maybe a little bit more discussion between 2 and 3. We thought this heifer in 2 probably still more closely emulated the look of our class winner in terms of eye appeal, design, and having some levelness of lines. A female that's probably not just as long-necked and tidy at the top side of her neck as the heifer who wins this particular class. She too is one that we could just set down in terms of where her tail head sits on the edge of her skeleton ever so slightly. The female in 3 here is actually probably the biggest outline and the highest performing amongst this group. We appreciate those things about her. A female that's a little extra long-bodied, and because of that, I think she reads a little weaker right there in the center portion of her top. Just doesn't balance up with some of those added extras as the 2 who precede her. Good class. Let's give all those Charolais exhibitors a nice hand.
And first place, Charolais breeding heifer, Avery Coles, Hutchinson, Minnesota, followed by Braxton Keppen, Harrisburg, South Dakota. And Avery Coles, your champion Charolais breeding heifer. Reserve, Braxton Keppen. Entering now Class A Charolais composite breeding heifer, Emily Fiebig, Lake Park, Iowa. And Tenley Dorn, Henning, Minnesota. Charlie Dodd, Class A, check-in. Charlie Dodd, Class A, check-in, please. Charlie Dodd, Class A, check-in, please.
Well, just a pair over here in our composite show, but a really good one to lead off with. A heifer that obviously we got some spread and maturity and age in this particular class, but nonetheless, quality wins through with the young lady. She's got a white heifer here that's fit to a T, a female that is overwhelming in the amount of body and mass that she offers, still heavy structured, durable in terms of her stoutness down low. You know, a female that maybe if you got critical, you'd maybe just free her up a little bit out of her front end, but a female that could stand a lot of competition here in the Charolais composites. My compliments to her. The young lady does a good job here with her roan heifer that comes here in second. Female that's very mobile, very comfortable. A female that handles herself very nicely in terms from a structure standpoint. Just gives up too much mass and stoutness to play with that one up on top. Going to make a great project for her, though. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
They're also champion and reserve.
So good looking up to her front 1/3. She comes back and she's really bold and impressive in terms of her ribbon body shape. She's the stout pin female in the class. I like this one's bone. Set her in a motion. I said that she's comfortable. Wanted to say she could be a little stouter back behind her shoulders and fill in there. I think you can do it. Maybe set her down in her tail like just a nickel. That's a high-end heifer to win the class. I like her a bunch. Heifer that comes out to one, you love this one on her, from their silhouette. It's absolutely stunning, ultra fresh, and
In Class A, Charolais composite breeding heifer. First place, Tenley Dorn, Henning, Minnesota. And second, Emily Fiebig, Lake Park, Iowa. Charlie Dodds. Your class is entering the ring. That'll be Class 9, Chianina and Key Influence breeding heifer. Your champion Charolais composite breeding heifer is Tenley Dorn. And your reserve, Emily Fiebig. Last call, Class 10. Final call, Class 10. Final call for Class 10. Class 11. Class 11. This is your third call. Class 11, third call. And Class 12. It's your second call.
As we jump into our key division, maybe a challenging class because when they first came out, there wasn't one that just immediately hit us hard. But the longer that they're out there, we like this heifer's quality and her stoutness and her power to win out amongst this trio. And particularly compared to the heifer that comes into, when you study this pair, as you step in behind them, she's quite a bit just more robust in terms of her center rib cage. She's bigger and stouter in terms of her upper pin set. And I think that reflects down at the ground where she's maybe just a nickel bit stouter featured directly at the surface. Now, that being said, this heifer probably isn't just an athlete in terms of her hind leg construction. While it's more attractive in the way that it sets down when she's standing still, as she gets out and goes, she maybe doesn't have quite the reach and mobility as the heifer that comes in second. And that's probably where this pair got close for us, because I think this female is big, square-footed. She does have more reach and flex in terms of her hind leg construction. And along with that, I think this female just reads a little bit later maturing in terms of her overall type and kind. That being said, even though she's got just more reach to her hind leg, to us when it sets down, it's got a little extra set and maybe isn't as attractive as the female that wins this particular class. And then when you step in behind her, we read this female just to be quite a bit flatter in terms of her body shape and her pin width and dimension from behind. Want to punch her up in that regard just ever so slightly. Still a really nice one to go ahead and land in 2. Young Lady's heifer in 3 is one that we can really appreciate in terms of her freshness here today. Nice headed, tidy about her neck, smooth about her shoulder. A female that just reads a little bit more cylindrical in terms of her body shape today. As she gets out and goes, she wants to duck her pins just ever so slightly there from the profile. A nice class. My compliments to all 3 of those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And in Class 9, Chianina and Key Influence breeding heifer. First place, Danny Larson, Slayton, Minnesota. Second place, Claire Murphy, Arlington, South Dakota. And in third place, Charlie Dodd. Class 10, Chianina, Key Influence breeding heifer. Entering the ring now, Charlie Hieronymus. We are waiting on you. Class 11, you are on deck. Class 11, Chianina and Key Influence breeding heifer. You are on deck. That'll be followed by Class 12. Be ready. Be ready. We are waiting on some of our entrants. Third call, Class 13, Hereford breeding heifer. Third call, Hereford breeding heifer, Class 13. This is your second call, Hereford Class 14. Hereford breeding heifer, Class 14, second call. That will be followed by 15. Third call, Class 13. Second call, Class 14. First call, Class 15, Hereford breeding heifers.
a really good pair that sorts up at the top end of this class. And I'll be honest, Bodie and I are a little bit split on this pair in how we like them. And I do think it is very close. Honestly, when they came in, we really, really want to like and gravitate towards the young lady's heifer here in second. And the longer she's out here and fighting the halter, I guess for us, it just becomes more challenging to get a good read on her front end. So ultimately, we sided with the young lady's heifer up here in front. And I still think this young lady's heifer in front is very good and very high quality. Awesome in terms of her presentation, silhouette, in terms of her proportions is very, very good from the side. That's a short-backed one that's still elevated at the top side of her neck, smooth about her shoulder, and deep and soft right there in the center portion of her body, long, level, and square. In terms of her hip design, maybe an advantage even over the heifer here that comes in second. Where we maybe don't love this heifer is just in terms of her skeletal maturity. You study this one in terms of her muzzle and her cannon length. To us, she maybe just hits us as a little bit quicker and earlier maturing in her type and kind, maybe a little bit more prospecty and cute, if you will. And that's probably where we really like this heifer in second. This one reads just later maturing to us and more long term in terms of her skeleton and her condition and the way that she comes to us today. When you watch him in motion, I think this heifer comes equipped with a really big hind foot and hind leg that functions probably even a little nicer than the heifer that wins this particular class. Again, for us, this one's front end construction just becomes more challenging to evaluate today when she's wanting to fight the young lady on the halter. At times, she maybe didn't look just as sharp and tidy at the top side of her neck as the one that wins this class. And when she gets out and goes to us, she doesn't read just perfectly square in terms of her front knee, doesn't have as much reach and flex there out of her front end skeleton, but a very, very nice one with some cool parts that shoulders back. We probably like just a nickel better than our class winner. Young man's heifer coming around next. We really like this one in terms of the freshness that she comes to us today. A female that's long-sided and level in terms of her lines. Hits us as maybe not just as overwhelming and deep right in the center portion of her body. We want to lengthen this one out in terms of her hip design ever so slightly. Just gets a little shorter and bunchier in that regard. The young man's heifer that's going to come around next is certainly powerful and opened up. We like how robust this one is in terms of her center body and her rib cage, dimensional out of her upper hip. Unfortunately, sometimes as it occurs with that added power, it just comes at the cost of that one's front skeleton. She's more jammed up about her neck, more open there right at the base of her shoulder. A sound structured one coming around next for this young man that's very basic and functional, a long-sided female that maybe just gets a little drier right there in the center portion of her skeleton. We could tidy her up in terms of the way her tail head sits right there on the edge of her spine. And then a silver heifer that's got some big parts in terms of stoutness of feature, rib shape, and just dimension from behind. For us, we've just got to see that female go more fluidly when we set them into motion. Want to see her offer more reach there to her front end and just relax her in terms of her rear hock and pastern. A challenging class and a challenging top pair. Let's put our hands together for them.
And first in class, class 10, Alana Olson, Irene, South Dakota. In second place, Braley Claveringa, Alton, Iowa. Class 11, Chianina, Key Influence Breeding Heifer entering the ring now. Class 11, Key Influence Breeding Heifer entering the ring now. That'll be followed by class 12. Hereford Breeding Heifers, class 13, 14, and 15. You have been called as well. 13, 14, 15, Hereford Breeding Heifers. Class 16, be ready as well.
A young man's got a good heifer here that's given some fits, but a logical class winner in this particular group. A female, just from her female character standpoint, you like a lot of things about. Feminine-headed, refined-necked, really smooth and angular when you get off to the side of her and how you evaluate her in terms of how she ties her pieces together. I'm not going to tell you that she's just the stoutest in terms of her bone work when you get down to the surface of her, but I think a really, really nice individual here for this young man. He's going to have a lot of fun with her throughout the season and into the summer. Young lady's red heifer comes here and lands in second for us just from a stoutness standpoint. A big pin, bold-bodied kind of female. It's got a tremendous amount of stoutness down through her quarter. Still a nice, clean look through the front third of her body. You could redesign her just a little bit in terms of how she blends out through her hip. Maybe pick her up just a little bit in terms of her front end posture. But a nice red female that I think's got a lot of usefulness. A female that you could do a lot of things with. Young lady comes next with a black heifer that once again kind of outmasses the one that comes here in 4, just in terms of her boldness and her pin set and her added stoutness to her. We need to redesign this female just a little bit in terms of her front end. She wants to search out of her front end just a little bit, maybe pick her up in terms of how she ties her neck at the top side of her shoulder. Young man rounds out the class here. Long, smooth, pretty kind of female. Just need to chunk her up in terms of her rib and her center, open her up underneath at her foundation. But a good class, nice one on top.
Sawyer Johnson, first place. From Garretson, South Dakota. Mesa Folkerts, Jasper, Minnesota, second place. Class 12 entering the ring now. Class 12, key influence breeding heifer entering the ring now. Class 12 entering now. That'll be followed by Class 13, Hereford breeding heifer. Class 14, 15, and 16. Hereford classes be on deck.
heifer up top.
A nice pair of keys to round out our last class here in this breed division. And the young lady's kind of brockle-headed female that's going to win does so because her tandem of power and quality. Not only is this female just more attractive in terms of her head shape and at the top side of her neck, but I think her proportions suit together just a little bit better here from the profile. And then when you step in behind this pair, this heifer is just better in her body shape and natural dimension. Is she perfect structurally? No, probably not. We could give her a bigger foot, set her back in her knee and relax her on her rear pastern, and that's maybe where this heifer in 2 does have a slight advantage, because I do think this heifer is hinged just a little bit looser and more athletic off of either end of her skeleton. That being said, though, I thought this heifer forfeited some of the added pieces of quality to allow her to balance just a bit better from the side. She's not as feminine in her head shape, maybe a little rounder there at the base of her shoulder, and we could reorganize her in terms of the way that her tail head sits there on the tip of her skeleton. But a good pair of them. Let's give both those young ladies a nice round of applause.
And third was Archer, Harmer, and Heifer. We will now select our Angus champion breeding and reserve breeding heifer. If we could please have the class winners make their way to the staging area. From Class 1, Christopher Bremer. From Class 2, Class 3, Cameron Hoover. From Class 4, Hilda Burns. From Class 5, Owen Lynn. And from Class 6, Natalie McKenna. And second in place is Key on deck.
As we get over here in Ring A to get down to picking your champion, Key, certainly a nice group of 4 class winners come back out here, and then another one that was second in a tough class we'll see here in just a minute. But the decision comes out of the middle classes to us. As Jesse talked about that class, out of Class 2, there was a pair of females in there that we liked a bunch, and very contrasting in type and kind. We elected to use one that probably just composed herself a notch better when she got into the ring, particularly out of her front end, a female that, from a breeding standpoint, she's wide, she's big boned, she's got a cool look. as Jesse talked in that class, maybe you wonder what her shelf life is just in terms of her maturity pattern, but a very cool animal. The young man's white-bellied female here is the other one that in the ring right now that we think is a factor, like her femininity or smoothness, her balance and eye appeal from the profile. She's not as stout and opened up and stout at the surface as the one right in front of her, but if you're more into that kind, we think a really, really nice one. With that being said, we'll get you a champion. We'll bring in a second here, and then we'll reevaluate for reserve. So help me congratulate these key exhibitors on a nice job.
And your champion in your Chianina, key influence breeding heifer, Alana Olson, Irene, South Dakota. Reserve champion, Chianina, key influence breeding heifer, Braley Cleveringa of Alton, Iowa. Entering Ring A right now, Class 13, Hereford breeding heifer, Elena Hawkins. Class 14 on deck, followed by 15 and 16 Hereford breeding heifers.
Single entry over here on the Hereford side to start off our next breed division. A female that offers a lot of quality in terms of her head shape, the top side of her neck, and the smoothness that she comes to us with, level in regards to her lines, and nice profiling. We could maybe pick her up in terms of where her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, relax her in her lower joints ever so slightly, but we like this one's quality in her profile. We'll get her back out here amongst a few others in just a moment. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause as she exits.
Congratulations, Elena Hawkins. In Class 13, Class 14, entering the ring now. Class 14, Ring A, Hereford breeding heifers, Clara Heidbrink and Malcolm Miller. Max McGonaghill, we're waiting for you. Class 15 Hereford breeding heifer. Max McGonaghill, Class 15.
Well, a nice pair of Hereford heifers over here in Ring A. Neither one of them wanted to lead very good, but certainly some quality out here. I would think a logical place to start with the young lady's dark red, or young man, sorry, buddy. Dark red heifer here, a female that's got some punch and some stoutness and some boldness to her. You know, maybe not the most refined up through the front third of her body, but that's an opened up female that we think's really nice in terms of her feet and legs when she does want to get out and go. The young lady here that comes here in 2 does a really nice job with this female when she wants to let her set her up, a female that you like for added length and her lateness and maturity, a female that today probably just gives up a little bit of rib shape and dimension compared to that class winner. But a nice pair of them. Congratulations.
Malcolm Miller, Hadley, Minnesota, first place. Claire Highbrink, Worthington, Minnesota, in place number 2. Class 15 entering the ring now. Class 15 Hereford breeding heifer, Anna Wagner, Max McGonaghill, and Lane Cody.
Well, we got to turn in this line.
A good trio of Herefords that come next, and I think there's some maybe challenge and sort amongst this top pair. The one that just better suits us in terms of her denseness of skeleton, stoutness at the ground, and looseness of structure is the young lady here in the red shirt. She's doing a good job with her heifer out here. A female that compared to that one second is quite a bit better in terms of her foot size and shape at the ground. She's got the upper hand in terms of stoutness of bone, and probably just transitions better from her shoulder into her center body shape, as well as being longer and leveler hipped from the profile than this heifer in 2. Now, is she just the sharpest and tidiest in the front 1/3 of her skeleton? No, probably not. And that's where this heifer in 2 has a big advantage. This one actually is really fresh, sharp, and tidy about the front 1/3 of her skeleton, tight about her throat latch and sharp at the top side of her neck. We like those things about her. From behind, this heifer actually is maybe just a nickel bolder and more powerful in terms of her pin set directly in behind her. Set that one going into motion, and to us, she maybe just comes in a few more pieces. She kind of wants to disassemble right there in behind her shoulder, wants to duck her pins, and just isn't as coordinated there off those rear two. Young man in 3 has got a really nice cow prospect, and he's doing a good job of getting this one shown and hanging with her. A female that's moderate in terms of her frame size, good in terms of her body, looks really easy fleshing in terms of her type and kind. With that, though, she maybe just gave up a few of those added extras for the show ring. She's a little plainer about her head and neck, doesn't have the added stoutness of foot and bone to compete any higher within this trio for us. A good class. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice hand.
And in first place, Anna Wagner. Second place, Max McGonihill.
A nice pair of Hereford heifers at the top end of this class, and pretty logically, we thought the young ladies heifer here needed to win this particular class. A nice presented female that's got some boldness and some stoutness to her. We think she balances up shoulder back just a shade better than that female here that comes in 2. Really good from her forerib out through her hip, hind leg. I think works good. Not the highest tying female in the world, but just balances so nicely from their back. A nice one there to start. The young man's heifer here that comes in 2, a little bit longer, more extended, probably a shade higher tying than that one that comes right in front of her. She's got just a little more altitude to her, and it maybe throws off her balance underneath from her chest floor into her flank, but a female here that you really like, her added length and extension, a nice place to be in 2. Young man comes here in 3rd with a female that's very basic and just kind of kept moving up the charts for us, a female that's sound structured, gets out and handles herself nicely, got some utility through her rib and her center, just probably becomes a shade plainer when you get in behind her in terms of her shape and her muscle, but a female that we think's got a nice future, can throw her head up and give you a really cool look. Good luck with that one, buddy. Keep working on her. Young lady comes next with a female that's got some freaky pieces in terms of look up front. A neat necked one that's got some shape and dimension to her. She's a little rougher when you study her down, or the center portion of her back and into her spine. I think it all starts with being just a little more upright in the angle to her shoulder. Young lady rounds around next with another female. Probably just became the greenest female in this particular class. We like her length and extension, her levelness of hip. Probably just becomes the most one-dimensional in terms of her rib and her center body. Good class of females. Congratulations.
And in ring A, we have the Hereford champion and reserve champion judging, followed by Class 17 Limousine breeding heifer, and then Class 18 Lim Flex breeding heifer. So, Lim Flex, be prepared. You are on deck.
A nice grouping of class winners here in our Hereford breed drive, and I certainly think there's things to like about each of them that comes back out, and even a second that's going to come in that we'll have a debate upon. And I guess that's what it comes down to for us as we get them out here side by side. We think the big discussion is probably going to be for who's going to land in reserve. There's one out here that we think just excels in terms of quality, presentation, balance, and just hitting a lot of the basics. Young lady here out of the last class will be our champion. Let's congratulate her.
And your champion breeding heifer, Hereford breeding heifer, Kendall McAreevy, Crook, South Dakota. Reserve champion, Anna Wagner, Hull, Iowa. Entering the ring now, Class 17 Limousine breeding heifer. Class 19, Maine-Anjou breeding heifer, Class 20, Maine-Anjou breeding heifer as well. You have been called. Class 17 in the ring now, Limousine breeding heifer, Lim Flex, Class 18 for on deck. That'll be followed by the main classes.
Just a single entry here in our limousine show, but certainly a female that you like a lot of things about, specifically shoulders back, a female that reads with so much utility and cow power, female that's got some width to her, center body cavities, awesome, just very, very maternal and low input looking, got a little bit of chest, a little bit of throat, but nothing less. Going to make an amazing cow for this young lady, and I'm sure after she has a calf and kind of milks off, I'm sure she will be breathtaking in the pasture. So congratulations with her. Good luck moving forward.
And Limousine breeding heifer, first, and champion Braley Claveringa, Elton, Iowa. Entering now, Class 18 Lim Flex heifer, Brecklin Bloomberg, Seymour, Illinois. Class 18 Lim Flex breeding heifer, Brecklin Bloomberg, Seymour, Illinois.
a single entry, and also I believe the only one in this particular breed, but no doubt one that could have stood amongst several others out here. One that's presented at a very, very high level and high degree. A female that's very refined and feminine in terms of her head shape, good in terms of where her chest lays into her sternum and how that comes back into her body shape. A female that presents with an awesome look of balance and proportionality here from the side, really long in terms of her hip and flexible in terms of her hind leg. If you get just real nitpicky on this female, we maybe read her as maybe just a nickel upright in terms of her front knee there. We could just pick her up ever so slightly in her pin set, but really, really nitpicky things on a very, very high quality one. That's going to be awesome to get out here amongst a few other breed contemporaries after a while. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause. Very nice one to win.
Well, sorry for taking a little.
And in Class 18, Limflex breeding heifer, our first place and Limflex champion out of Seymour, Illinois, Brecklin Bloomberg. Class 19 in Ring A right now, Logan Schabel, Madeline Kramer, Jace Lone. And if you have any friends or family that couldn't make the trip to Sioux Falls, they can live stream every show on Ringside Live. Visit ringsidelive.com. Don't forget to check out the Red Barn Creations, 605. Next to the concession stand, I want to thank Sonia for joining us here at the Summit Livestock Show. And of course, this weekend's sponsors, it wouldn't be possible without the wonderful sponsors. First National Bank of Sioux Falls, Poet, First Premier Bank Card, Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, MH, EB, and Prairie Farms, South Dakota Soybean Checkoff, and Wagner Cattle, CBS Bioplatforms, Sunbelt Rentals, and Real Tough Livestock Equipment. Thank you to our sponsors.
Honestly, thought this, Jess and I thought this class was kind of challenging to put together, and some differences in type and kind. Certainly wouldn't argue with you if you went a different way, but the young man up front is the one that we thought just probably had the most upside and big pieces to her. A female that is really cool when she wants to set up and prop up for that young man in terms of her look up front, her tidiness of neck, her ability to tie high out of the top side of her shoulder, and she does have some width and stoutness to her as well. Just a little bit longer, more extended version than the heifer that comes here in 2. We think that female's got a nice upside to her. The female that comes in 2, bold-bodied, stout. If you want to use the power heifer in this particular group, we could. But a female that to us read just a little bit rounder everywhere, a little shorter coupled everywhere as well. Maybe just want to pick her up in terms of her head and where it sets on the top side of her shoulder, lengthen her out of her hip. But a female that you really like for a moderation, her body shape and density. Young man might have the latest maturing female here that rounds out the class, as refined and attractive as any through the front third of her body. Female that's got some balance to her, just simply becomes the frailest and most closed up of this initial trio. But a good group of them. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
In ring B, class 11, we have first went to Sawyer Johnson, second Mesa Fulkers, and third Randy Went. Now in the ring is class 12, and then we will select our champion and reserve team and Jules Brady Heifer. If I could have the first and second places of class 9, 10, and 11 make their way to the staging area.
And in Class 19, Maine-Anjou breeding heifer. First place, Logan Schabel, Storm Lake, Iowa. Second place, Madeline Kramer, Fulda, Minnesota. Entering now, Class 20, Maine-Anjou breeding heifer. Class 20 entering now. Class 21, you are next. Then, of course, our champion and reserve, followed by Maine-Angus breeding heifer. That is class number 22. So entering is Class 20 right now. Maine-Anjou breeding heifer.
Really nice pair of key heifers in this particular.
A good class over here on the Maine side, and I think some challenge and some sort on down the line and some different things that you can do. I guess the thing we never really wavered against was the young lady up here starting this particular class, and particularly amongst this top pair, I think she does so just in terms of her proportionality, her added stoutness of bone, her added body shape, and when you step in behind this pair, she is quite decisively just stouter in terms of her upper pin set and her muscle pattern, a female that's still attractive enough through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. Honestly, if we get nitpicky on that one, where we want to change her is directly at the surface. I think that one could benefit both structurally and mobility-wise from just a little added foot size directly at the ground. That would help her just reach and nickel better off either end. Not calling that one unsound by any means, just wish she maybe had a little bit of a bigger rear foot. I actually think this heifer in 2 is maybe just a little bit softer right at the ground in the way that she takes down in terms of her rear ankle and her pastern, and from there up, I think that's a really maternal appearing female that's awesome in terms of her head shape, really good on the top side of her neck, and very maternal in terms of the center portion of that one's body and skeleton. Probably just runs a little bit out of bone and just upper pin set power and dimension compared to the female that wins this particular class, but a very, very high quality one nonetheless to land in 2. We actually thought it was really close between 3 and 4 with 2 females that are very contrasting in terms of type and kind. For us, we maybe read a little bit more future and upside in this young man's heifer coming around next. Really tall-shouldered, really elegant up front and smooth about her shoulder. A female that can get out and go very well. One that we just need to power up when we step in behind her. She's flatter in terms of her forerib, more closed up from behind and wants to pull her hock ever so slightly. Without question, the upper hand in terms of power, density, and stoutness lies in this white-flanked heifer that's coming around next. We love this one in terms of her foot size and her bone work at the ground, really chunky and dense in the center portion of that one's skeleton and dimensional as you get in behind her. Maybe a heifer that just hits us as a little shorter coupled and jammed up everywhere. We want to pick her up in terms of her front end construction, stretch her out in terms of her neck and her hip length, and just give her a shot more reach and flex when we set that one into motion, but we love her density, we love her stoutness. Heifer coming around next is arguably maybe the best structured one in the class. This one reads really, really good in the way she reaches out of her front end, very flexible in terms of her hind leg and hinged loose about her spine. This heifer probably doesn't class up with the same presentation advantages of a few of the cattle that come in front of her. She too is probably given up just a little bit in terms of body and dimension as we step in behind the cattle. A heifer that rounds out is no doubt not lacking in terms of bone, stoutness, and power. She hits the mark to a high degree in all of those categories. For us, just hits us as a little bit more coarse and rough in terms of her build. We need to lay her back in terms of her front shoulder and knee and relax her in her lower joints. A good class. My compliments to all those kids. If you would, let's give them a nice round of applause.
And in ring A, Bailey McCullum, Cola, Iowa, was in first place. Cale Elgin, Orange City, Iowa, second place. That was Class 20 Maine-Anjou breeding heifer. In the ring now, Class 21 Maine-Anjou breeding heifer, Oakland Plamp and Riley Folkerts. They will then have our champion and reserve judging. That'll be followed by Class 22 Maine-Angus breeding heifer. So we are on Class 21 right now in ring A.
Well, just a pair of them here as we continue through our main show here, and a very exciting winner to go ahead and lead off this particular class. And as you can see, this young lady gets her stopped and kind of set up here, a female that is just so seamless in how she ties all her pieces together. A female that I would consider to be very, very elite, but I don't know if she has an elite piece, but her eliteness comes from her ability to tie everything together. She's good looking, she's good balanced, she's got more than enough width. Her hind leg posture and ability to go is awesome. Just a female that's hard not to like a lot of things about. Very, very good. Female that comes here in 2, I actually do think's got a lot of upside to her. Female that's wide pinned and stout. Really, really neat looking up front. Just needs to calm down a little bit out here and present herself a notch better. You could soften her up just a little bit, but I'll be honest, I think with more time on feed, that female can do it. A nice place to be in 2. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And the first call for class 17 and 18.
And in Ring A right now, the champion reserve champion judging for the Maine-Anjou. Class 21 was won by Oakland Plamp. Second place was Riley Folkerts. Class 21, Oakland Plamp. Second place, Riley Folkerts. Champion and reserve judging in Ring A going on right now for the Maine-Anjou breeding heifer. That'll be followed by Class 22 Maine-Angus breeding heifer. Class 22 Maine-Angus breeding heifer. And Class 23 Maine-Angus breeding heifer will follow that. Be prepared.
We'll keep things moving along here in our next breed drive. And for us, nothing to take away from the young man there out of the first class. We think he's got a nice female that's green and still has a lot of upside. But the 2 that are in contention for us are the ones out of Class 2 and Class 3, 2 females that come out here and probably just overwhelm that first class winner in terms of stoutness of bone, dimension, and density. We like those things about both these females. Between the pair, though, there's one that suits us quite a bit better just in terms of build, skeleton, and comfortability out here. Young lady here out of Class 3 will be our champion. Young lady out of Class 2 will be reserve. Let's congratulate both of them.
And champion Maine-Anjou breeding heifer, Oakland Plamp, Mitchell, South Dakota. And reserve champion, Bailey McCullum, Cola, Iowa. And entering now, Class 22 Maine-Angus breeding heifer, Veda Biker, Peyton Lone, Tate Holm, and Caleb Gaikowski.
Well, a fun pair to evaluate over here in the Maine-Angus, and I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to switch this pair and you think it needs to go a different way, because I like both of them a bunch. There's differences between them, and I'll do the best of my ability to kind of tell you why we concluded in this placing with the young man in the cowboy hat starting. And to us, she simply probably got a little more upside. In our opinion, we think her look up front is very kind of neat and attractive. We think she's long and level down her top line. We actually think, even though she's skinnier, that she actually has just a shade more natural pin width and dimension when you study her through the upper portions of her skeleton. We think she's comfortable when we get her out into motion. Just calling it black and white, she's not as big bodied, not as far along as the female that comes in two, but we like her pieces and we like her future. A nice place to start. If you wanted to say the young lady's heifer here that comes in two is a little bigger bodied, a little heavier structured, certainly wouldn't argue with you, and she's still attractive too. She's a female that to us, when we got her out into motion, we thought she was just a little more uncoordinated in terms of how she handled it herself, and at times you can even catch her creeping up in terms of her spine just a little bit. That's a debatable pair, a really nice pair of them that we think are very, very nice. Good luck to both of you guys on two really nice heifers. Female that comes here in three, another one that you like from her brood cow standpoint, great bodied, very flexible, just simply becomes a little bit plainer about her overall look up to the front third of her body and her throat latch and down through her chest. Maybe just freshen her up a little, but no doubt a functional one that's going to make an awesome cow. Excuse me. Young man rounds out the class here with one that's really long and extended, a little later maturing kind of female. Just simply becomes the plainest and frailest about her overall feature. Just needs to make her denser to move her up in this particular class. A fun class to evaluate, a debatable top pair.
And in first place, Maine-Angus breeding heifer class number 22, Tate Holm, Chandler, Minnesota. Second place, Peyton Lone from Ringstead, Iowa. Entering Ring A right now, Class 23 Maine-Angus breeding heifer. Class 23 entering right now into Ring A. That'll be followed by the champion and reserve champion judging. Then Class 24 Maintainer breeding heifer. Class 24 Maintainer breeding heifer will be immediately after the judging of the champion and reserve, following Class 23, which is in the ring right now. So maintainers, be prepared. You're on deck.
Utterly good single entry in the pure.
A good pair of them, and an interesting top pair that sorts up. And yet for us, the one that just probably better suits our type and kind in terms of stoutness of feature and some denseness of lower body and lower skeleton is the young lady's heifer up here up front. And for us, when you study this pair side by side, not only is she bigger footed and stouter boned, we think she's built square and more correct in terms of her front skeleton. When you stand directly in front of her, a female that's probably even still just a little bit sharper about her head and where her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder and just draws back bolder and more robust in terms of her center rib cage and her upper pin width and added dimension. Now with that, we're not going to deny that when you step in behind that female and she gets out and goes, she is probably just on the edge in terms of her skeleton on where that rear hind leg plants and pushes. That's probably where this heifer has a distinct advantage, is when you step in behind her, she is more inside of her skeleton. And then from the side, I think this female is one that's really, really elegant through the front 1/3 of her skeleton, tidy about the bottom side of her neck and where her chest sits in relation to the rest of her body and her underline, very smooth in terms of her shoulder. For us, this heifer is maybe just a little bit frailer featured at the ground in terms of her foot size and her bone work, even though we think she's probably a little bit more correct in terms of where her hind leg plants on her skeleton from behind. Up front, when you step in front of this female, she maybe wants to twist out on those front feet ever so slightly. We want to square up in terms of her knee to help her push harder amongst our class winner in this particular class. Some intriguing parts in this heifer that comes in 3. One that's really, really chunky and dense in the center portion of her skeleton. Big feet, big bones, really durable in terms of her stoutness and power as we step in behind her. A female that to us maybe just hits us as a little quicker and earlier maturing in her type and kind. When you study her in terms of her cannon length, her length of hip, we just want to stretch that heifer out. She just hits us as a little shorter coupled today. Opposite end of the spectrum here, we've got a bigger outline female that's really long and extended. Probably doesn't balance as good from the side. She's not as attractive about the top side of her pole. We could change the way that she transitions from her neck into her shoulder and her forespine there ever so slightly. We like the power and the stoutness of bone and the denseness of this young man's heifer that comes next. Certainly bold in terms of her rib cage from behind. Again, one that gets a little bit more cylindrical in terms of her body type. More than anything, she's the one we want to modify the most from a structural standpoint. Just lay her back in her front knee ever so slightly. A nice class. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause ringside.
That is Class 23, Maine-Angus breeding heifer. First place, Leah Muff, Ventura, Iowa. And in second place, Cole Reynolds, Auburn, Iowa. I'll get it straight sooner or later here. Now our judging for champion and reserve in the Maine-Angus breeding heifer. That'll be followed by Class 24, Maintainer breeding heifer. Class 25, Maintainer breeding heifer as well. It'll be followed by Class 24 and 25. Maintainers, be prepared. And following the Maintainers will be Class 26, Red Angus breeding heifer. Red Angus breeding heifer will be following the Maintainers, who are on deck.
Well, just a pair of them of classes here in our Maine-Angus division, but certainly the quality was very, very good in both those classes and had competitive seconds right between them. Just a quick overview of what we're thinking and where we're at, because the quality certainly we think is deserving of talking about it. The young man's heifer is a little immature today, a little green. Like her upside a lot, though. She won that class just on extra look in terms of her look up front, her extra flexibility, and her actually we thought was maybe just a shade more genuine in terms of her pin width. Obviously, she's pretty immature yet and a little greener in terms of her center body. The young lady's heifer that comes out of our next class, we liked her a bunch just in terms of her cow-like feature about her head and her neck, her rib design, her body, her mass. A female that's got some natural spread when you get it through the upper portions of her skeleton. She gets out and goes relatively well. If you could get critical of her, you'd maybe square her up just a little bit in terms of her hock when she goes away from you. It's not near enough, in our opinion, to take her down today. Help us congratulate this young lady on your champion, Maine-Angus.
And our champion, Maine-Angus breeding heifer, Leah Muff, Ventura, Iowa. And our reserve, Tate Holm. Congratulations. Entering now, class number 24, Maintainer breeding heifer, Lindsay Nielsen, Blake Larson, Brody Redinger, Harper Johnson, Corbin Utesh, Georgia Holm, sorry, Georgia, and Adelie Bonin. Class 25, you are on deck. Class 25, you are on deck. We're waiting for you, Class 25.
a fun class to sort through, and quality, I think, runs deep amongst this initial trio. For us, though, there was one that hit us hard coming into class and still wins and does so rather handily amongst kind of this top grouping of females. Young lady in the blue sweater here has got one that's just so awesome when we study her here from the profile. Very, very feminine and attractive in terms of her head shape, elegant on the top side of her neck and smooth shouldered, and does all those things without sacrificing the right type of just center body dimension and depth. When we study her there from the profile, you get critical. Maybe that one's not just the biggest bone. She's probably not just the boldest and most opened up in terms of her forerib, but there's a ton of quality in that female. We like her profile, and we think she gets out and goes adequately well with some cleanliness of joints and some flexibility directly at the surface. We thought it was maybe a little closer between 2 and 3. We just find more stretch and more lateness and maturity in the young lady's heifer that's here in 2, and one that compared to our class winner actually is bigger footed and stouter boned. We like those things about this female. You study her here from the side. She's not as elevated through the front 1/3 of her skeleton, a little lower tying in terms of where her neck comes out of the top side of her blade, and as you step in behind her, she maybe wants to pull her hock just ever so slightly from behind, but a really dense boned, kind of moderate female that still has more length and extension and looks to have more growth than this heifer that comes in 3. The one that's in 3, we think this is a cool animal in terms of her pieces and parts. Big footed, really stout boned, extra flexible in terms of her hind leg and the way that it takes to the surface, and so dense about the center portion of that one's skeleton, all the while being tidy about her head and neck and really high tying. For us, this heifer just maybe hits us as a little bit quicker and earlier maturing in her type and kind, a little bit rounder there at the base of her shoulder and shorter coupled throughout as you study her there from the profile, but a really cool piece that's going to be fun to breed on later down the road. Young man has got a heifer that has some similar attributes: moderate, bold body, dense in the center portion of that one's skeleton and big boned. Again, maybe comes with a little extra shoulder. Thought this one wanted to rise up in the center portion of her back just ever so slightly as she gets out and goes. The young man coming around next has got a really long and extended female that's fresh in terms of her condition today. We like those things about her. Gives up just a little bit in terms of stoutness of bone, center body, and dimension. We want to square her up in the way that she utilizes her hock as she turns and goes away from you. The baldy that comes next is one that you can really like in terms of her roundness of rib and body, really big in terms of her upper hip and her added dimension as we step in behind her. Female that just maybe comes in a few more pieces and parts from the profile. She's not as attractive about her head, a little bit open at the top side of her shoulder, wants to punch down in her loin ever so slightly. And then we've got a female that's really fresh and feminine and attractive. I think this is going to be a fun one on down the road for the young man because he's good structured and has a lot of upside. Today just gets in a challenging class and gets outpowered in terms of performance and some added body shape. Compliments to those exhibitors. If you're ringside, let's put our hands together for them.
Well, they keep coming in the maintainer division, and the young man's going to lead off with this. Here, buddy, come this way. Young man's going to lead off this class with, just to call it what it is, one that is our speed in terms of type and kind. Love her feet and legs, her density underneath, her body shape, and everything blends together so seamless. A female that is still opened up when you get up on top of her. She doesn't miss a step when she's going. You know, if someone wanted to sit on the sideline and say that she's not the most rope-necked, that's fine with us. This one's our kind. Very, very good individual to lead off this class. Young lady that comes here in 2. We thought 2 and 3 was a little bit of a challenging decision, and its differences in type and kind and where you want to be. Eventually, we kind of landed on this young lady's heifer to be in 2, just for her extra pieces. She's a little sharper up through the front third of her body. She's bigger pinned. She's bigger boned. You know, she's maybe a little long-bodied, a little dry underneath, but no doubt a female that's got quality, one that you can project out to be a very nice big one. Young man comes around next with a female that we like just from her basic type and kind, a bigger bodied kind of female, maybe a little bit more moderate in her type and kind, a female that is maybe just a little more feminine about her head. With that being said, though, we thought this heifer gave up quite a bit of width and natural structure underneath to make that pair flip. If you like this one's just basics, certainly wouldn't argue with you. A nice, very, very nice female to be standing in 3. Young lady rolls around next with another female. It's got a lot of quality to her, long and level in terms of her type and kind. We like her added extension and length of body. She's a female that's maybe just a little more general about her head and her neck, but a female that we thought was just very nice in terms of her length, having some width, being comfortable in the go, be a nice project for that young lady. Young lady comes around next with a female that if you just could change her in terms of her rear wheels, we think we can move her up a little bit. Thought she read just a little straighter and more upright, but a female that's very pretty and attractive when you get off to the side of her. Young man comes around next with a high-performing female. It's got a lot of width and stoutness to her. Just need to soften her up in terms of her rib and her center. Young lady rounds out the class. They did a great job hanging in here with a heifer that didn't want to cooperate the best. She's simply the greenest today as she comes to the ring. Want to open her up and chunk her up in terms of her rib and her center.
And in maintainer class 25, first place, Cade Roeder, Aledo, Illinois. And in second place, Weston Hansen, Takema, Nebraska. We'll bring back our 1s and possibly 2s for the maintainer, champion, breeding heifer, and reserve.
A really good class of Maine-Anjous here. The young man in the pink shirts. A little bit straighter about that shoulder knee as well. Let's get his team round of applause.
Archer Pomeranke, we're waiting for you. Archer Pomeranke, Fairmont, Minnesota, Red Angus breeding heifer class. Archer.
Well, hats off to the maintainer exhibitors. Obviously, only 2 classes in this breed division, but we've been hard-pressed all day to find more quality amongst our class winners that come back out to compete for champion and reserve. And these 2 heifers are different in terms of type and kind, and we like both of them a great deal for different reasons. The heifer out of the first class is just so elegant and refined and attractive, really feminine about her head, great at the top side of her neck, and extra smooth about her shoulder, really deep, soft, and maternal right there in the center portion of her body, probably arguably a little longer and just square hipped even than the heifer that comes out of that second class. Like we talked, if you get really nitpicky, this heifer maybe isn't just the biggest footed and stoutest boned at the ground. She's not just the strongest or boldest right there in terms of her forerib, and so every now and then she maybe wants to get just a little softer right in the center of her top line, but with the young lady pulls her back forward and props her up, that one has an awesome look. She's clean about her joints and really flexible down low. Kind of opposite end of the spectrum here. We love the stoutness, the ruggedness, the foot size, and the density of this heifer that comes out of the second class. She is awesome in terms of her body shape and her rib cage, big in terms of her upper hip, and that one has an elite and functional hind leg for her added power to get out and go with that much flex and reach is very, very impressive. Like Bodie talked, I guess you could maybe argue that one's not just the tightest throated or the most ripped about her neck, but I still think that one has an awesome ear set, an awesome head shape, and ties really, really high, and a female that from there back just comes with so much power. Like I said, we like both these females. We think they both offer a tremendous amount of quality for us and how we like them. There's maybe one that just suits us a nickel better in terms of her density, her stoutness, and her structure. Young man here out of Class 2 is going to be our champion. Young lady out of Class 1 is be reserved. Let's congratulate both of them.
Absolutely fun heifer to lead off this Maine-Anjou class with. I think first place goes to Oakland Lamp, and second place goes to Riley Combs. Entering the ring now is your first place is in contention for your champion and reserve champion.
And in ring A, maintainer, champion, and reserve. Your champion, Cade Roeder. That could be Raider. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Is your champion, and the reserve champion, Harper Johnson. Now in ring, and currently in ring A is your Red Angus breeding heifer, Class 26 Red Angus breeding heifer. And that'll be followed by Class 27 Shorthorn breeding heifer, and then Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer, Class 28.
Well, just a single class of Red Angus over here in Ring A, excuse me, but a very, very good one to start off with. Not claiming to be a Red Angus expert, but I would think this one could be competitive no matter where you want to go. The dark pigmented female here uniquely kind of combines a really attractive and refined look through the front third of her body with a really good turn to her rib cage, a balanced underline from chest fore to flank, and then still for that breed gets out and handles herself with some substance and flexibility. A good female to lead off with. Young ladies heifer here comes in 2. We thought 2 and 3 was debatable. Found just a few more unique pieces in this young ladies female. A little more extension, a little bit more body. A female that's got a attractive look when you get off to the profile of her. Maybe just want to clean her up in terms of the backside of her hock and make that a shade more attractive. Maybe set her down in her tail head just a little, but a really nice one to be in 2. Young man rolls around with this female here in 3rd. Long-bodied, extended female that's got some width. Just need to soften her up and make her stouter at the ground. Young man rounds out the class here with his dark red female. Certainly one that in a different setting could be very competitive. Got some width to her and some body turn. Once again, just need to make her denser underneath in terms of her structure.
Now in the ring is class 22, Maine-Angus. Final call for class 23 and first call for class 24.
Class 28, we're waiting for you to check in, please. Class 28, check in, please. Our winner in Class 26, Red Angus breeding heifer, Avery Coles, Hutchinson, Minnesota. And second, Madison Thompson. Also, champion Red Angus breeding heifer, Avery Coles, Hutchinson, Minnesota. Reserve, Madison Thompson. Entering the ring now, Class 27, Shorthorn breeding heifer, Radley Malinowski and Madison Thompson.
A nice pair of short horns, and to us, the heifer that's pulling around here in front of me from her shoulder back just kind of excels this class in terms of center body dimension and shape. That one is actually really opened up and powerful as you step in behind her. I think it matches adequately well at the surface in terms of her foot and her added bone size compared to this heifer that comes in second. If you get critical on that one, shoulders forward, we could clean her up in terms of her crest and her head shape, lay her in a nickel smoother there about her shoulder, but not a reason to beat her within this particular class. We actually like some of the added freshness of this heifer in 2. She probably is the upgrade in that regard, where she's tidier in terms of her throat latch, cleaner and sharper on the top side of her neck. A female that also, when you step in behind her, she doesn't get beat for lack of just dimension and power. When we study her down low, we didn't read the same bone density and structure as our class winner. Up high, we think this heifer gets just a little bit shorter and rounder in terms of her hip design, more upright in the angulation of her shoulder. A nice pair. Both those exhibitors did a good job. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit.
And in our Shorthorn breeding heifer, first place, Madison Thompson and Radley Malinowski in second place. Also, your champion Shorthorn breeding heifer, Madison Thompson, and reserve, Radley Malinowski.
Really good class, the Maine-Angus females and the young men that
Well, nice pair at the top part of this class. Elected to use this young lady's kind of painted up female. Young lady, you can circle right here, okay? This female's just to us quite a bit denser and stouter and more opened up in her type and kind compared to the one that comes here in 2. Heavier structured kind of female that when you get up on top of them just spreads so much more mass and rib shape and body. Still one that's got a clean look through the front third of her body. If you wanted to argue that she's a little maybe just plainer about her head shape and a little quicker about her maturity pattern, certainly wouldn't argue with you. Just a little bit denser, more opened up in our opinion. Young lady's heifer that comes in 2 is real pretty, longer and more extended in her type and kind. To us, she wants to close up when we step in behind her in terms of her pin set and down through her quarter. Want to make her just a shade denser in terms of her foot size. Female that comes next, another one that's really cute and attractive in her type and kind, and she is a nice bodied female there, really tidy through her head and her neck. Just want to maybe extend her in her frame score, maybe make her just a little later in her maturity pattern, but a nice female to be in 3. The red and white one coming around next, another one that's got some quality to her just in terms of sharpness of neck and levelness of lines. We read her just a little bit drier in terms of her center and back through her flank. Maybe could just allow her to get out and travel with a shade more flexibility in terms of her hock. Young lady comes next with a painted up one, certainly in a different situation and a different, depending on what you're wanting to do with them. I think she's got some unique pieces in terms of body shape, in terms of mass and stoutness. For us, we just need to probably smoothen her up in her type and kind, maybe make her just a shade more flexible when you study her in terms of her rear skeleton.
And in first place, Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer, Emery Sievers, Newell, Iowa. Second place, Taylor Harriman, Parker, South Dakota. Now entering Ring A, Class 29, Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer. Class 29, Shorthorn breeding heifer. That'll be followed by Class 30, Simmental breeding heifer. Class 30, check in now, please. Class 30 and 31, Simmental breeding heifer.
A good pair of them that sort up at the top end of this next Shorthorn Plus class. And for us, the one that we just think is more genuine and correct in terms of her stoutness, power, and her shape from behind, you guys can go ahead and spin them around this way, right down the center of the ring, okay? Is the young man up here at the front. And that's a shorter back heifer, which maybe helps correlate to her just reading shot denser and bolder right there in the center portion of her skeleton. But I think it's really telling from this angle right here. That heifer is quite a bit bit more correct in the shape she comes with out of the upper portions of her skeleton. She's bigger and more dimensional in terms of her upper hip. Really like that one's stoutness in terms of her hind leg and the way that she gets out and functions. Is she just as tall-shouldered and elevated as this one that comes in two? No, she's probably not as smooth about her shoulder either, but I guess by no means do we call that one unattractive. I think she proportions really, really well, all the while just being bolder and more genuine in terms of her body shape and fresher in her condition in the way that she comes to us today. The young lady does an awesome job of getting this one propped up, and I think this one is great in terms of her presentation. That's a higher tying female that's probably a little sharper right at the top side of her neck and laid in smoother about her shoulder, as I indicated. Just gives you a really smooth and easy blending look here from the side. A female that I think gets out and goes adequately well. For us, when we step in behind her, we think this heifer for this stage of the game is probably carrying a little extra condition and just doesn't read as genuine and honest in terms of the shape at the top side of that one's skeleton, her upper pin width and dimension. Just want to see her track square and truer from behind as she turns and goes away from us, but that's a really high quality, well presented one to go ahead and land in two. There's some discussion that can be had between 3 and 4. We maybe just read a nickel more quality in this darker roan female that's coming around next. We think she's taller shouldered, more elite looking in terms of her head and her neck presence, longer and leveler hipped, all the while being bolder and more dimensional in terms of her upper hip. She's a little bit drier right there in the center portion of her skeleton, a little bit more up and down in terms of her skeletal angles off of either end, and that's why she sorts into the 3 spot today. The heifer that comes next is no doubt the improvement from that standpoint. When the cattle travel, I think that heifer is looser about her spine. I think she's more athletic off of either end. That being said, though, we maybe just read this female a little bit more general in terms of her head shape, a little bit more general in terms of her hip design, but no doubt one we can appreciate from a structural standpoint. My compliments to those exhibitors on another good class.
Really good.
Simmental class 31, check in, please. Simmental class 31, check in, please.
Well, just 2 classes over here in our Shorthorn Plus show, but 2 certainly very, very deserving individuals come back out here, and then we'll bring in a second to reevaluate as well. But Jess and I are in agreement of the female that we like the best in this particular group, a female that's probably got just a little bit more look up to the front third of her body. We like her hind leg. We like her ability to just be so seamless in terms of her rib and her center. Just a very nice individual. Help me congratulate the young man out of class 2, then we'll bring in the one that was second to her and reevaluate.
And in our Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer, our champion, Steel Lengren, and the reserve champion, Emery Sievers. Entering ring A is Class 30 Simmental breeding heifer. Class 30 Simmental breeding heifer. That will be followed by Class 31 and 32 Simmental breeding heifers. Also Class 33 Simmental breeding heifers. You are all on deck. Be prepared.
A nice pair to kick off our Simmental division, and we like both these heifers, but we're pretty comfortable starting the young ladies Blaze Face to go ahead and win this particular class. And really, I think her decisive advantage is in terms of her density and width underneath. Not only do I think this heifer is bigger footed and stouter in terms of her bone work, but when you study them coming and going, I think she's more opened up in terms of her chest floor. She's bolder in the terms of the center body dimension right there in the center portion of her skeleton, and just remains more genuine in terms of her muscle pattern and shape down through her lower quarter and stifle as she turns and goes away from us. That being said, even with that added power, I also think that female just better maintains her top line as the cattle get out and go. When they're standing still, we like the freshness of this heifer that comes next, sharp and level in terms of her lines. When the young man gets her propped up and pulled together, actually from this angle, really bold and dimensional in terms of her rib cage, and has some upper power in terms of her pin set and upper hip. Wish she maybe matched that just a nickel better down at the surface. For all the power she has up high, she maybe gets a little frailer featured in terms of her rear foot and bone. And then when you set that female into motion, we maybe thought she just got just a little bit more rigid right there in the center portion of her back. A good pair. My compliments to both those exhibitors. If you would, let's give them a nice round of applause.
And in Class 30, Simmental breeding heifer, first place, Anna Dirksen, Lynn Grove, Iowa. And second place, Rylan Thuy, Lake Norden, South Dakota. Entering now, Class 31, Simmental breeding heifer, Houston Christofferson, Ava Seek, Aubrey Sandersfeld, and Regan Tiedemann. Regan Tiedemann.
As we get into our Simmentals, a nice pair of them at the top end, and certainly a little bit debatable in our opinion of where you want to be. But the young man's Baldy heifer here eventually wins out, and a female that is very nicely presented, fit nicely. And when the young man does get her head up, I think she pulls together with just a little bit more symmetry and balance from her shoulder back. I think she's just a shade leveler in terms of her hip. I think she's stouter in terms of her hind leg. Obviously, she's not the tidiest up through the front third of her body, and you would maybe just like to pick her up there. But when that young man does get her propped up here, I think she gives you a nice balanced look, specifically from her shoulder back. A nice individual to lead off with. Young lady here in two, it's got a really nice, complete kind of female that we think is probably maybe even just a little softer in terms of how she sets that her pastern compared to that heifer that wins this particular class. We just didn't know if we read her just quite as cool in terms of her ability to blend her pieces together in her shoulder and her head shape. But a nice individual, and like I said, I think that's a debatable pair that you can go either way. Young lady coming around next is a female here that's got a lot of length and extension to her, got some strength down her top line, just becomes quite a bit flatter and harder in terms of her rib and her center body, but a female that if you can kind of project out and hopefully kind of continues on and feed, going to make a nice bread. Young lady comes around next with another female here that's got quality just in terms of her ability to reach and go, but a female that probably from a balance standpoint falls off. We'd like to adjust her in the angle to her pastern as well.
maybe not enough to her. The heifer's got a lot of quality still, like her balance from the side, just gets outforced in this particular class. My compliments to these exhibitors.
A good pair and an easy pair in our mind in the way that it sorts out. Young lady up here in the blue sweater wins and does so because her female is just more seamless here from the profile in regards to balance and how all of her pieces and parts fit together. She's quite a bit better in terms of where her neck attaches to the top side of her shoulder and how that transcends back into her center body shape and her forerib. A female that's just longer, leveler, and square in terms of her hip design. And with that, also maybe just has a little bit more lateness and maturity, length and stretch to her compared to this heifer that comes in 2. No doubt this 1 and 2 is going to make an awesome cow and replacement for this young lady. She's moderate in terms of her frame size, soft and bold in terms of her center body, and I certainly think that one's still functional in terms of her build, maybe just not as attractive in the way that she motors around the ring. We could pick her up in terms of her neck attachment, level her out of her hip just ever so slightly. My compliments to both those young ladies on a nice pair of them. If you would, let's give them a nice round of applause.
And in Ring A, entering right now is class number 33, Simmental breeding heifer, class number 33. In class 32, we saw Avery Von Rack in first place out of Hinton, Iowa. Laney Lorch in second. And in class 31, we saw Houston Christofferson first place. In second place, Ava Seek.
Well, very nice set of purebred Simmental heifers come in, and I don't know what class we're on, but in this class, come in, and certainly these top three, I think there's differences and discussions and lots of quality between them, but no doubt where we need to start with the young man's Baldy heifer here. And, if you can study this heifer from her shoulder back, I don't really know what you say to get hard on her. Her body shape's awesome, her balance and proportions is awesome, hind leg is quality and dense and stout and can get out and grab the ground. The young man gets her propped up, but he's an awesome showman, and that neck comes together. It's really cool. When you get her into motion, she wants to drop her neck just a little bit, and honestly, even though it's clean and tidy, from the top side of her poll to the top side of her blade is actually a little short, but there's no doubt about it. That's the one we need to win and have win this class, because she is very, very, very good. Young lady's heifer here comes in 2, and we did think it was challenging between 2 and 3. If you want to say that one's prettier, we get it. The truth is, when you get down to it, between the two of them, this one just kind of swallows her in terms of pin width, in terms of mass, in terms of stoutness, heaviness of structure. No doubt about it. She's a little more coarser about her shoulder. I'd like to fix her in terms of her forerib ever so slightly, but her advantages of mass, stoutness, and heaviness of structure allow her to get the nod, in our opinion. The young man's heifer here is just so late maturing looking, and I think she's going to make an awesome bred for this young guy. Beautiful in terms of her neck, long and level in terms of her design from the profile, gets out and travels extremely well. We just had to make the call today. Is there just enough to her in terms of pin width, in terms of spread, in terms of stoutness when you get down to the surface? A really nice female that I think's got a bright future. Good luck, buddy. I think she'll be really fun to have. I actually found a lot of cool things to see and find in this young man's Brockle heifer here. Tidy in terms of her neck, cool-headed, got some punch and some power to her in terms of her rib shape and her pin width. She's a female that today is maybe a little lower performing compared to those ones right above her. Is she just quite as elite in terms of how she ties her pieces together? From a balance standpoint, maybe not, but there's a lot of utility, a lot of cool breeding pieces to find in that young man's heifer. Young man comes next with another female. It's got some quality to her, got some tidiness about her throat latch and her head. She wanted to get just a little rounder in her overall kind today, specifically in terms of her hip. A young man comes around next with another female, just got in here with a really tough class, a female that's got some length and extension. We want to free her up out of her hip and her hind leg, expand her in terms of her natural body shape. Young man rounds out the class here with a female that's very useful in her type and kind. We like her rib, we like her body, we think she's functional in terms of her type and kind. Just probably became the plainest and most generic, not only about her look but her shape as well. But nice class of them. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, hats off to the Simmental exhibitors on a really awesome lineup of cattle that come back out here. I think there's quality amidst all of these class winners, but to us, as we get them back side by side, it's probably pretty obvious. There was one that we thought won a very competitive class, and she comes out here and truly dominates, in our opinion. Young man here out of the last class will be our champion. Let's congratulate him.
Fifth goes to Charolais and sixth goes to Heifer. Now in the ring is our selection for champion and reserve maintainer heifer. Last call for class 26, third call for class 27, second call for class 28, and first call for class 29.
Carter Schmidt, please check in, class 34. Carter Schmidt, class 34, please check in. And in our Simmental breeding heifer, our champion is Reed Utterback, Elwood, Indiana, and the reserve, Taylor Foss, St. Ansgar, Iowa. And entering Ring A is Class 34, percentage Simmental breeding heifer. Class 34, percentage Simmental breeding heifer. Carter Schmidt, Ryden, Claveringa, Blake, Mark, Brecken Wendt, and Carson Utesh.
As we get into our percentage show over here, elected to use the young lady's red heifer, and the heifer that came in, I thought she was kind of the one to grab a hold of when she came in, and still feel the same way now. I think she's got advantages over the female that comes into, just in terms of having a shade more stoutness at the ground, in terms of heaviness of structure, a nice turn to her body, an attractive look through the front 1/3 of it. You know, you could soften her up just a little bit through her midrib and back to her flank, maybe lengthen her out of her hip, but a nice place to start. Young man's baldy heifer here has got a really attractive look through the front 1/3 of his body, high tying, really refined and attractive, long and smooth in terms of her design. Just got to question if there's enough to her today in terms of when you get down to the surface in terms of heaviness of structure and stoutness, but a nice female that you like for angularity and attractiveness. Young man comes next with a heifer that doesn't want to lead quite as well. Thought she was a structural advantage over the one that rounds out our class. Female gets out and travels well when she allows the young man to lead her. Got some body shape and stoutness to her, just not quite as tidy and attractive in terms of how she ties her pieces together. Young man rounds out the class here. Heavy structured, dense, and powerful. Just need to free her up in terms of her movement, but the young man did a good job. Congratulations to him.
And congratulations, Ryden Clavringa, first place. And in second place, percentage Simmental breeding heifer class 34, Carson Utek. Entering now, class number 35, percentage Simmental breeding heifer. And we want to thank our judges this afternoon, Bodie and Jesse Schiff. They're from El Paso, Illinois, where they manage the show and sale cattle operations of the Tree Lane Farms, a 250 head seed stock operation. Bodie and Jesse both graduated from Oklahoma State with animal science degrees and were both members of the national champion judging teams. Bodie currently works as a sales rep for SC Online Sales, and Jesse owns an ag marketing agency with her sister Ashley.
A good pair that sorts up at the top end of this next percentage class, and there's some discussion and differences between the two. We like the added length, extension, and lateness of maturity of this star-headed heifer to go ahead and start. Not only does this female just offer more stretch and altitude underneath of her, but when you study her up front, we like that this heifer is quite a bit higher tying in terms of where her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She's probably longer necked and just draws back longer, leveler, and square. In terms of her hip design, has a nice hind leg underneath of her. She's not as tucked up and elevated in terms of her chest or as sharp in terms of her lines and presentation as this heifer that comes into. And from shoulders back, we like a lot of things about this female in second. We think she's bold and opened up, robust about her body, a female that's got an attractive set to her hind leg and the way that she gets out and navigates around the ring, a female that maybe just reads a little bit more jammed up there about her front end. We want to lengthen her in terms of her neck, lay her back and smooth her in terms of her shoulder ever so slightly. There's some give and take between 3 and 4. We think the young man's heifer coming around here in 3 is just really useful and practical in her type and kind. An easy fleshing type of female that's got some flex and mobility off of either end. She's a little extra long-bodied, maybe not as attractive about her head. Those things in tandem maybe just allow her to fall a bit out of balance out here, but no doubt we appreciate that one for practicality. Female coming around next is no doubt big in terms of her upper hip and has some stoutness of bone. Again, maybe just comes in a few more pieces. She's got a little extra leather right there on the bottom side of her neck, gets a little shorter about her hip, and just more coordinated in the way that she goes off her hind leg. Good class. My compliments to all those exhibitors.
We had second was Madison Thompson, who will be your reserve, and then third was Archer Pomeranke and Danner. Also, we just had class 27. First was Madison Thompson, who is also your grand champion, and second was Bradley Malkowski, who is your reserve. Now entering the ring is class 28. Final call from class 29. Third call from class 30.
And in ring A, class 35, saw Carter Firk, Havelock, Iowa, in first place. Danny Larson, Slayton, Minnesota, second place. Class 36 entering the ring now, Katie Vanden Top, Camden Van Gelder, and Kirsten Heim.
Like this heifer a lot that wins this particular class. Young man's Baldy heifer here, a female that drawn to just from her combination of look up front with an awesome body type, blends so good from her shoulder into her forerib, her center body from chest floor to flank is amazing, and still one that he gives propped up, gives you a killer look. She's not wanting to lead the best. She's certainly sound. It'll be interesting when we get her back out here if she wants to throw her hind leg just a little bit. It was a little tough to tell. Be excited to get her back out, but a very nice individual here to lead off this particular class. Young lady comes next with a really nice functional kind of female. It's big bodied, opened up, wide pinned, like all those things about her. She's not as tidy as our class winner up through her shoulder and her chest floor, but a really nice individual here to be standing in second. Young lady comes around in third and just got in here with two really nice ones. A female here that's moderate and got some utility through her rib and her center body. Of the group, she's probably the frailest and most just general in terms of her overall type and kind, but a female here that's going to make a tremendous cow. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
a good pair and a good class, a trio of heifers. We thought it was maybe just a notch more competitive amongst these top two that sort up. The longer they're out there, though, we just prefer the added density of the young man's heifer up here that's going to win at the ground. I think this heifer maybe has a slight advantage just in terms of foot size and some added bone. You study them underneath in terms of their skeleton. She comes naturally with more chest width. She's more opened up in terms of her forerib and her center body rib cage, more dimensional from behind, and probably long term, we just prefer that one's just frame size in terms of where we're going to project that one out from a maturity standpoint. You know, when they first came in the ring, this heifer is really striking because she's extra tall shouldered, really, really long necked and high tying. We love those things about this female. That one is awesome to look at from the silhouette here when the young lady gets her propped up. Love those aspects of her. She gets out and goes, and she's clean in terms of her joint work and flexible. I guess for us, she's maybe just a little extreme in terms of her size for this stage. And with that one's added frame size, also when you get in front or behind her, we just read her to be more closed up in her skeleton, particularly in her forerib. We just want to open her up ever so slightly. I think if we do that, she pushes harder towards our class winner because that one's very, very high quality and captivating to look at from the profile. Young lady, again, has one that maybe just fell in a really tough class. I think this heifer has a lot of usefulness to her in terms of her rib cage and her center body, a female that can get out and flex off of either end, maybe just gets a little bit coarser in terms of her joint work down low, a little bit rougher in her top line, and a heifer that would just benefit from setting down in her tail head ever so slightly. A good pair up top. Let's give all three of those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And in Class 37, percentage Simmental breeding heifer, first place, Cohen Paulson, Pipestone, Minnesota. And in second place, Chianina Hazel from Beersford, South Dakota. Now be our judging for champion and reserve percentage Simmental breeding heifer. Following the champion and reserve in percentage Simmental breeding heifer will be Class 38 commercial breeding heifer. Class 38, Class 39, 40, and beyond commercial breeding heifer will be following the champion and reserve percentage Simmental breeding heifers.
Really good pair of Shorthorn Plus.
As we get to wrapping up your percentage show over here in Ring A, certainly happy with our 4 class winners. We get them back out here and quality down throughout the lineup. Give a special shout out to this young man circling right now. He's not going to be in the pair today, but I think that female's got a lot of quality and going to be a lot of fun down the road for him. The decision comes out of the last 2 classes for us. The young man in the cowboy hat and the young man with the last class. The young man's baldy heifer is just so smooth and so good in terms of her rib and her center body. She blends quite a bit better from her shoulder into her forerib. She's long and level out of her hip. You know, I commented in class, if you kind of got to figure out her hind leg, and honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. She maybe has just a little bit of extra set to her hock, but being pretty critical of a very, very good one. The young man's heifer behind her is maybe a shade bigger boned, a little stouter in terms of her hind leg construction. The question on her, does she just piece together quite good enough in the base of her shoulder into her forerib? Jess and I are in agreement. We like one pretty well. Young man's Baldy heifer is going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Nice, breathtaking from the profile, but one certainly, you love that one's cow power, the depth of body, and overall makeup in terms of her build. I'll lay the microphone down on finding a chief in reserve.
And champion in the percentage Simmental breeding heifer, Kirsten Heim. And reserve, Cohen Paulson. And in Ring A, we are waiting for Class 39 and Class 40 to check in. Class 39, Class 40, commercial breeding heifer. Check in, please. 39 and 40, commercial breeding heifer. Ring A, check in, please, now.
A single entry to start our commercial division, and one that sets the tone in a very high degree. A female that offers a tremendous amount of quality. Love this one in terms of her head shape and her tidiness up through the front 1/3 of her skeleton, and yet even for having that refinement and being a little bit more green and juvenile for this stage, you step in behind that female and she's awesome in terms of her rib cage, her upper pin set and power, and some extra bone at the surface. We'll be excited to get this one back out amongst a few others in just a bit. Young lady's doing a really nice job of getting her shown and pulled together. If you would, put her hands together for her as she exits.
At Class 38, first place, Sloan Boyert, Pleasantville, Iowa.
A really nice way to start the up your good Simmental show. And I think
Charlie Rakusik, Braden Pomerenke, Class 39, we're waiting for you. Class 39's ready to take the ring. Charlie, Braden, we're waiting for you. We want to thank all our sponsors. This week's weekend show would not be possible without the following sponsors: Poet, Farm Credit Services of America, M&H, Ebby, Dakota Bank, First Premier Bank and Bank Card, First National Bank of Sioux Falls, Prairie Farms, South Dakota Soybean Checkoff, Wagner Cattle, and so many more. Thank you. We want to thank our friends at CBS Bio Platforms, Sunbelt Rentals, and Real Tough Livestock Equipment as well. And thank you to the Summit Show for letting me be part of your day. My name is Vaughn Van Gendren. Some of you might recognize my voice from the radio. I do the Drive Time Show on 570 WNAX and the 5-State Trader. I also do the morning show on a top 40 country music station, 104.1 The Wolf. So tune in if you would like. Thank you to everyone for letting me be part of your day over here in Sioux Falls at the Summit Livestock Show. For Class 40, we're looking for Miles and Lennon. Lennon Peterson, Miles Prinz. We're waiting for you to check in for Class 40. Class 40. Class 39 is in the ring right now. Class 39 in the ring.
As we get into Class 2 of our commercials over here in Ring A, a nice place to start with the young ladies, female, just very basic in her type and kind, got a maternal look about her head and her neck, good sweep to her center body, nice in terms of her hip, just a very, very complete female that does a lot of nice things to go ahead and lead off this particular class. Young man comes in two, a female that's got some width and some stoutness and some length to her. We like those things about her. Maybe sits down just a little bit more in terms of her chest floor, maybe not quite as attractive in the set to her hind leg as our class winner, but one that's going to make a tremendous brood cow for him. Young lady over here and the team with the red baldy female that's maybe not quite wanting to cooperate quite as well. A female that certainly appears to have some width and shape. Simply put, just needs an attitude adjustment and maybe another trip to the show ring. But good luck with them. Keep working with her.
Class number 40, we're waiting for Lennon Peterson, Miles Prinz. They are going in the ring now. Class 40 going in the ring now. Lennon Peterson, Miles Prinz going in the ring now for class number 40. That'll be followed by class 41. If you have not checked in, you should have. Do it now. Class 42, commercial breeding heifers, is on deck as well.
A really nice pair of Simmental heifers in this lineup. A bigger frame count of heifer that's on win the class. Gets me a little fresher in her condition, good in her body shape. Maybe one you like to power her up at the ground a little bit. Gets me a little frailer at the ground. Like to see her maybe just come just a little bolder when you step in behind her as well. Heifer that comes out too. Another one. You like this one in terms of just fundamentally great in her body shape, functional. Maybe it's just out of class in terms of look and how you feel today compared to the heifer that wins the class. My compliments to these kids.
In Ring B for Class 32, first one to Avery Conrad and second is Elaine Shorthorn. We will take a quick break before moving on to Class 33.
Lennon Peterson, your class is in the ring. Lennon Peterson, your class is in the ring. We're waiting for you, Lennon Peterson. Your class is in the ring. And we are on class 40, commercial breeding heifer, class 40, class 41 to follow quickly after 40. We are waiting on Lennon Peterson. Your class is in the ring, being judged now.
A good class, and really our biggest debate and conversation was between 2 and 3. Young lady in the red sweater wins and does so in a hurry. A female we really like quite well, and from this one, shoulders back, that one is so impressive in terms of her rib cage and her body shape, the added dimension and power that she has, and still her ability to get out and function on a really soft, flexible, and attractive hind leg construction. Very impressive in that regard. You study her up front, and that one is still very attractive in terms of her head shape and her ear set, her tidiness of neck. If you get a little critical on that one, she maybe is just a nickel open at the top side of her shoulder, maybe a little rounder at the base of her shoulder. I guess for us, that doesn't bother us that much when she still comes back that opened up and that good in terms of her center body and skeleton. A very nice individual to start. As I alluded to, we thought it was maybe a little closer between 2 and 3. These two females are very contrasting in terms of their advantages that they bring to the table. We like the added power and just proportions of this red heifer to go ahead and land in second. Not only do we read this one just to be stouter featured and more opened up in terms of her skeleton, but we just thought that heifer maybe came together a nickel better here from the side in terms of just her boldness and density right in the center portion of her skeleton. She's maybe not as good about her chest floor, maybe gets a little shorter in terms of her hip design, and that's probably where this smoke heifer has a big advantage. We think this one is really elevated and tall-shouldered, very attractive about her head and neck, and good in terms of her lines. A female that can give you a really nice silhouette there from the side. When you step in behind that pair and study them side by side, this one is more closed up in terms of her skeleton, particularly at the top side and how her rib cage comes out of her spine. And then as she gets out and goes, she just becomes more awkward and less secure in the way that she utilizes her rear hock and pastern, but a very high quality one to go ahead and land in 3. Young man did a good job of hanging with this one, a female that we can really appreciate in terms of her stoutness of bone and her added power, her openness of skeleton. She's really good in that regard. With that added power, though, she probably reads just a little bit coarser in her basic build and design, a little bigger in terms of that rear hock joint, one that we could set down in terms of her tail head. The chromed up heifer coming around next is stout boned and opened up when we study her from behind, a female that gets a little bit more straight in the angle of her hock and the way that she utilizes it, maybe has a little extra shoulder on the front side of her skeleton as well. Young man did an awesome job with this heifer coming around next, one that's very useful and functional in terms of her type and kind. Again, maybe one that just gives up a little in terms of center body. We too could redesign her in terms of her tail head and her hip and hind leg construction. A good class and an awesome one to win. My compliments to all those exhibitors on a good job.
So pretty handily. I think he's got a very elite one that bounces up extremely good out here. So deep, so maternal, so good in her lines, center into motion. I think this one's joint work after your high capacity is exceptional. Big, soft, deep, more than enough. Line there stays the most relaxed in that regard. Now, no question, the heifer that comes out in 3 is stouter pinned and bigger footed. I like how dense she is as well. Centered in motion, comes and launch her shoulder for me today. She wants to get up in her spine, tail head. I like to see her just go with just a little bit more comfort, flexibility out there, rear hock and pastern. Heifer that comes out next, the ruffle face female on the standstill. You really like this one as well. She props up with a nice look and centered in motion. She's still functional. Maybe just doesn't have the extras in terms of width and power compared to the other ones in the class. A really tough class, one that's still got a lot of quality to her. Heifer that comes out next just needs a little bit more time on feed. She's long and extended kind of female. Really pretty up through that front 1/3. Just needs to be softer and denser everywhere. Heifer that rounds out the class, going to be a tremendous cow for this young man. She's deep and bold and impressive in her rib and body shape. She's functional at the ground. She maybe just gets a little plainer up to that front 1/3. We like to tidy her up in that regard just a little bit to make her move up any higher. Really good one on top. My compliments to these kids.
Baylor Bolke, Baylor Bolke, we are waiting for you. Class 41. Your class is ready to enter the ring. We're waiting for Baylor Bolke. Class 41, Kingsley, Iowa. Class 42, check in and be ready. Class 42, if you have not checked in, do so now. Class 43 will be following. You should be checking in as well. Class 41, Baylor Bolke, we're waiting for you. Kingsley, Iowa, Baylor Bolke.
Over at ring B, class 33. First we have
Class 42 and 43 need to check in for ring A. 42 and 3, class 42 and 3, check in for ring A now.
As we continue on in our commercials over here, certainly a very high quality class and some give and take in some areas. In these top three, in our opinion, the one that kind of overwhelms them is the young man in the cowboy hat. Beautifully presented, kind of female, nicely shown and capably presented by him. And the female just taking a step back and looking at her, she's got huge parts, right? Attractive up through her front end, ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's more massive in terms of her spread of back, her stoutness of pin, even down through her quarter than anything in this particular class. And I'm not calling her unsound, but I guess where it probably wanders into your mind to where you want to be, she maybe wants to just be a little more upright in the angle to her hock. You could intensify her at her foundation in terms of her foot size for all the mass and stoutness she has up high, but there's no denying that's a very high quality one that's got very, very big pieces. Things that Jess and I love about this female that comes here in two, and I think she's got a lot of upside. Beautiful ear set on that female, attractive through the front third of her body, long and level out of her hip. Her underline reads good from her chest floor back to her flank, and we do think she's probably the more flexible option comparing her to that heifer that wins the class. The issue is when we step in behind her and that heifer goes away, just probably can't convince ourselves that there's enough to her to make that pair swip today. Moving forward, I think this heifer's only going to get better. I think she has a very, very nice upside. Going to be a fun female for that young lady to work on. Congratulations to her. Really nice female that comes here in three that you like for added length, her femininity, a refined female that's attractive about her head and her neck. Like we said, long and extended out of her hip. With that added length and extension, she probably gets just a little more sunk in there in her forerib and a little longer in terms of her underline, but a female here that when you study in terms of femininity and structure, you like a lot of things about her. The Brockle female that comes around next probably does so just in terms of width and body. She's a bigger pinned kind of female. It's got more turn to her rib and her center. She was a little shorter step in, we thought, maybe just a little rounder in her overall design, but a nice female there that's very useful. Young man rounds out the class here with probably the greenest heifer of the group. She's the longest and skinniest, just needs to come with more natural spread and body to move up any higher. But good class of females. Congratulations.
And entering the ring right now in Ring A is class number 42. Class 42.
Another good pair of them that comes out in our next class of commercials. And if you guys can't tell, we like them to have just a little extra stoutness and density about them. And that's exactly why this pair is going to stay as they entered the ring. Young lady right here is going to be our class winner. We think when we study this pair at the ground, she's got the upper hand just in terms of foot size and some added bone. She's got some extra spread and just bulk as we get this three-quarter view of her in terms particularly in her forerib and how that allows her to transition just smoother her from her shoulder into her center body and some added dimension. You know, when you study this pair side by side, I do think that heifer is just a little bit shorter in terms of her neck, maybe not as smooth and attractive as this heifer that comes into, and that's where we can really start to like this female, because when she props herself up, I think that one reads very, very feminine and elegant and smooth about her profile. We like those things about her. Highly presented and gives you a look of quality here from the side. I guess we just wish she maintained that quality when we set her into motion. As she goes in motion, she maybe wants to become more deviated right there behind her shoulder because she's flatter in her forerib, gets up right in the center portion of her back, and just becomes a little bit rougher in terms of her top line as she gets out and goes. A really nice pair. Let's give both those exhibitors a nice round of applause if you're ringside.
Well, as we continue on in our commercial show over here, young man's got a fall Angus heifer in the commercials, and certainly a very, very high quality one. Like this young man's brought them all day, presented to the nines in terms of how they're put together, and he's showed a lot of really nice ones and high quality ones. This one's really good just in terms of her look up front, her length of hip, still so good in her underline from her chest forward to flank, and I think that I think that's extra impressive for the added length and extension that she has. That's a long-bodied heifer, and to still blend that nicely, I think is very, very good. She's sound in terms of her hind leg, functional in that regard. If you could get critical of her, maybe you'd piece her together just a little better right in behind her shoulder, but a really, really nice one to win this class pretty handily. Young lady here that comes in two's got one with some extra stoutness and power, a big-hipped kind of female. It's got some boldness to her, just wants to tie a little lower out of the top side of her shoulder, maybe a little upright in the angle to her shoulder as well. But nonetheless, good class of females. Congratulations.
An awesome commercial drive, obviously one of the largest breeds or breed divisions that we've got the opportunity to sort through. And even with that said, I think with greater numbers, we don't deviate in terms of quality. There's things you can like about each and every one of them that comes out here. We'll talk a little bit about the few that come back out and we think are in contention out here. We want to compliment the young lady here out of the first class. You know, as she comes back out, that heifer probably reads just a little cute and a little juvenile today. But man, I think that one is going to be really, really fun to continue to show on down the road and has a very bright future. Oozes tons of quality. We like her stoutness of feature. We like her added bone. And as I talked in class, even for being a little on the greener side and juvenile, I think that one reads with the right kind of long-term body shape and muscle pattern. She'll be a fun one to continue on down the road. Another one that really hit us hard is the young lady here in the center in the red sweater. And that female is just so impressive in terms of her tandem of some added power and density, and yet still being so flawless in terms of her hip and her hind leg construction. That one is opened up in her center body cavity, big and dimensional in terms of her upper hip, and we love her ability to get out and function and plant and push off that hind leg. And even with that added power, you study that one up front, and she's got the right kind of stoutness of skull and jawline while still being attractive on the top side of her neck. As we talked, where we nitpicked her is she's maybe just a little open at the top side of her shoulder, a little rounder at the base of her shoulder, but again, that probably doesn't bother us near as much because she does come back so opened up, so dimensional, and so good from shoulders back. Young lady behind her has got another one that we thought overwhelmed that class just in terms of her mass, her density, and her added openness of skeleton. That one's very, very highly presented, and when she gets propped up, can give you an attractive look there from the side. Where we nitpicked on her is when we set her in motion, she's maybe just a little smaller in terms of her foot size, particularly her rear foot right at the ground, maybe gets a little bit more upright in terms of her skeletal angles, but from this view, that one gives you an awesome, awesome look there from the side. And then the other one that's probably in contention for us out here is the one that we just talked out of that last class, and a female that we would just label as very basic and good in her general type and kind. That one's maternal about her head and her neck, awesome in terms of her center body shape, really long and square in terms of her hip, and a female that can get out and go adequately well. You know, as you get her out here amongst a few others, she's probably not the stoutest featured or most opened up in terms of her pin set as you step in behind her. And as we mentioned in class, she probably doesn't transition just seamless from her shoulder into her forerib, but we love that one's basics. We love her maternal function. No doubt one that's in contention out here to take a look at. We're going to put the mic down, study him one more time, and pick you two to come back out for a grand drive. If you would, let's give all these commercial exhibitors a nice round of applause and an awesome lineup of heifers.
And in commercial breeding heifers, in ring A, our champion, Josie Lawrence, Woodville, Wisconsin, and our reserve, Jacob Gryman, Goodell, Iowa.
I like this one's how dense and robust she is in terms of
Attention in the barn. This is your first and second call for Grand Drive for Ring A. First and second call for Grand Drive for Ring A. Attention the barn. This is going to be your third and final call for Grand Drive for Ring A. Again, third and final call for Grand Drive for Ring A.
And again, we want to thank all of our participants today, all of our judges, those who compete. And of course, we want to thank all of you who have organized and sponsored as well. The Summit Livestock Show right here. It's a wonderful event. So thank you to all of our organizers for how well the event has gone. Well, we want to thank our sponsors as well. Real Tough Livestock Equipment, Sunbelt Rentals, CBS Bio Platforms, Wagner Cattle, South Dakota Soybean Chekhov, Prairie Farms, MH, EB Trailers, Dakota Bank, Farm Credit Services of America, First Premier Bank Card, Poet, and First National Bank in Sioux Falls. Thank you to our wonderful sponsors for all of your generosity throughout the weekend here at the Summit Livestock Show. In Ring A, we have our first place winners, Oakland Plam, Charlie Cody, in AOB, Charlie Cody. In the Angus class, Oakland Plam, Charolais, Avery Coles. In the Char composite, we have Tenley Dorn. And the key influence, Alana Olson. In the Hereford, Kendall McElravy. In the Limousine, Briley Clevering. In the Limplex, Brooklyn Bloomberg. Maine-Anjou, Oakland Plam. Maine-Angus, Leah Muff. In the maintainer class, Cade Roeder. In the Red Angus, Avery Coles. Shorthorn, Madison Thompson. Shorthorn Plus, Steve Lundgren. Simmental, Reed Utterback. And percentage Simmental, Kirsten Heim. And in our commercial class, Josie Lawrence.
As we kind of get down to the conclusion today, what an awesome show it's been. Like I said yesterday, it's been an absolute honor and a privilege to come to South Dakota and get to judge this show. And taking nothing away from the steers yesterday, this show has been incredibly impressive. And I don't say this lightly, but when Jess and I get them back out here, there's no doubt in our mind that there's cattle within this drive that will go on and compete at the national level and have the potential to make top fives at junior nationals or win state fairs. Those kind of cattle are in this ring right here, and there's going to be cattle that don't make the top five that are capable of those things. So to come and have the opportunity to judge cattle like that, and you guys allow us to have our opinion is truly an honor and an absolute privilege. It's been an honor to come and judge alongside my beautiful wife. As always, we have a lot of fun when we get to go and do it, and I don't take that lightly. It's also, it's been tremendously fun to get to judge on the other side of my brother, who I'm incredibly proud of, not only because he's a good stockman, he's a good cattleman, but most importantly, because he's a great person. So I want to say thank you very much to everyone here at the Summit for having us. It's been a privilege. Thank you to the exhibitors that have brought their cattle for us to evaluate. We know it's been cold. We know it's a busy time of year. I'm sure a lot of people are at home calving, and it's a tough time to get away and keep all the wheels on the bus. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to my dad and grandpa at home taking care of things at the farm. We're calving, and if they weren't willing and able to do it, we wouldn't be able to come and do this show. So it's been a privilege. We think this top five is awesome. If someone wanted to come in and line it up a different way, I could dang sure see it. But there is some awesome cattle that we're going to get to stand in the backdrop with. So if you could, everyone standing ringside, please put your hands together and congratulate all these exhibitors.
And congratulations to all of our contestants. Your grand champion, Maine-Anjou, Maine-Angus, Oakland Plamp, your grand champion. Congratulations. Its second in the Simmental class was Reed Utterbeck. Congratulations, Reed. Our third place from the maintainer class, Cade Roeder. Congratulations, Cade. In fourth place for the Angus class, Oakland Plamp. And in fifth place from Limflex, Recklin Bloomberg. Congratulations to all of you. This is... Oh, gotcha. Not the garbage can. One of the microphones scooching once in a while. See you every now and then. Out of it. And our grand drive for Ring B. Entering the ring, AOB, Charlie Cody. In Angus, Oakland Plamp. In the Shar class, Avery Coles. Shar Composite, Tenley Dorn. Key and Key Influence, Alana Olson. In the Hereford class, Kendall McAreevy. In the Limousine class, entering Braley Cliveringa. And in Limflex, Brecklin Bloomberg. The Maine-Anjou class, Oakley Plamp. In the Maine-Angus class, Tate Holm. The maintainer, Cade Roeder. Red Angus, Avery Coles. In the Shorthorn class, Madison Thompson. Shorthorn Plus, Emery Sievers. Simmental, Reed Utterbeck. Percentage Simmental, Kirsten Heim. And the commercial class, Jacob Greiman.
Well, first off, I want to say thank you to the Summit for having me come out and judge your guys' show. These last 2 days, it's been absolutely incredible. If this drive doesn't get your guys' heart pumping, I don't know what will, because these cattle are absolutely elite. They're cattle that are going to go on and do big things down the road, nationally level shows, into the state fairs. I think these cattle, there is cattle all throughout these breeds that can go on and just really just be at the top of the top of the lineup there. It's absolutely incredible. It was a blast being able to come out here and judge it alongside there Jesse and Bodie there. That was really cool to me. But I'm going to lay the microphone down. I think this quality of heifers is absolutely exceptional. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. We'll pick you at top 5.
And congratulations to all our participants. Your grand champion, Grand Drive B, from the Maine-Anjou class, Oakland Plamp. Congratulations, Oakland. And your reserve from the Angus class, Oakland Plamp. Congratulations. That's your second place. In third place, from the Simmental class, Reed Utterbeck. In fourth place, from the Limflex class, Brecklin Bloomberg. And in fifth place, from the Angus class, Jacob Greiman. First call, beginner showmanship. First call for beginner showmanship. Beginner showmanship, first call. First call for beginner showmanship.
Can I take pictures of that, please?
Attention exhibitors, this is final call for beginner showmanship. Final call.
In our beginner showmanship, Sawyer Johnson, Emily Fiebig, Caden Schmidt, Dylan Peters, Blakely Bolke, Carson Utesh, Amelia Tuttle, Riley Hodup, and Emmett Bosma.
Well, first off, let's put our hands together on a tremendous division of showmen out here that have done a great job. We're going to keep back these 4 individuals for the next round. We'll let them exit the ring as well, but they'll come back for the next heats. But we talked to these other individuals out here. They still did a great job. There's just little things that we can pick on and keep improving. It was tough out here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Coming back for the second heat will be Sawyer Johnson, Blakely Bolke, Carson Utesh, and Logan Bosma. And our class number 2, beginner showmanship, in no particular order. Harper Johnson, Wyatt Annabit, Colton Schmidt, Lane Cody, Carter Schmidt, and Corbin Utesh. Second call, intermediate showmanship, class 3. Class 3, junior showmanship. This is third call. And first call for class number 4. First call, class number 4. First call, class number 4, junior showmanship.
Another tremendous group of kids out here. Let's give these kids a hand as they exit the ring.
Lily Cody, Junior Showmanship. Lily Cody, we're waiting for you to check in. Lily Cody for Junior Showmanship.
Swear I remember the number, but I can't find it.
Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to find right now.
It is 0047.
That 0049 is
Okay, gotcha.
Yep, no problem. It's pretty impressive, the group of kids we got out here, to just the kids that know what they're doing. You can tell that they've spent time with these projects, endless hours, know how to put these cattle together. I know that these cattle are getting just a little tired out here, so I'm not going to take too much time. We're going to pick you a top five, but I'm going to shake the hands from the top five, bottom to top here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. It's been absolutely exceptional, their showmanship skills.
Congratulations in our beginning. Showmanship. In fifth place, we have Colton Bosma. In fourth place, we had Sawyer Johnson. In third place, Blakely Bolke. Now, in second place, I apologize because I didn't get the name, contestant 0049. And in first place, Harper Johnson of Garrettson. Congratulations. Final call for Class 4, Junior Showmanship. Final call, Class 4, Junior Showmanship. Final call, Class 4, Junior Showmanship. Senior Showmanship, you are on call. Senior Showmanship, come on up, get registered. Senior Showmanship, Class 5, 6, and 7, you're on deck. Senior Showmanship, you're on deck. This is last call for Class 4, Junior Showmanship.
Another absolutely incredible set of kids out here in this heat. We're going to keep these three back, and they'll come back out for the championship. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Ryden, Cleveringa, Kale Anglin, and Claire Murphy. You're back for the second round of Junior Showmanship. Class 4 Junior Showmanship taking the ring now. Senior Showmanship. Senior Showmanship. We're waiting for you. Senior Showmanship. This is your last call. Senior Showmanship. This is your last call. You're on deck right now. Senior Showmanship.
Absolutely having a blast out here talking with these kids. They're respectful and they're doing a great job. They know their cattle very well. We're going to keep these three out here for the champion drive. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
On to the next round for Hallie Keppen, Tate Holm, and Tess and Amnit.
Another absolutely fun group of kids out here in this intermediate division. And I'll tell you what, these kids, it's been a long 2 days, I'm sure, and you guys are probably ready to get out of here, but these kids want to be out here, and I can certainly appreciate that. You can tell they're intense. They're dressed to nines. They're respectful kids that just, you can tell, have spent the time and effort on these cattle, and we want to give them every view you can, but not only have they just done good in this ring out here, but the whole day. I mean, remembering back on all these kids showing their cattle, they've got them stuck really, really good throughout the day. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll pick you a top five. I'll start at 5.
And congratulations in junior showmanship. 5th place, Hallie Keppen. 4th place, Kale Englund. In 3rd place, Claire Murphy. 2nd place, Ryden Cleveringa. And in 1st place, Tate Holm from Chandler, Minnesota. And now we're seeing Class 5, Senior Showmanship. Class 5, Senior Showmanship, entering our ring now.
Attention exhibitors, we will do one more class of senior showmanship after this, just one more class, so please make your way to the staging area.
I'll be the first to tell you it's really tough out here in the seniorship showman because all these kids are very, very phenomenal. Just little things that nitpick on. Hey, and I know that they're better showmen than I ever thought to be, but we got to pick 3 today. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
And on to the next round. Anna Dirksen, Nolan Hackett, and Charlie Rokusik.
Another tremendous lineup of seniors out here. We're going to keep these back, and we'll have ourselves a championship. Let's give these kids a big round of applause on an excellent division.
And on to the finals. Avery Coles, Georgia Holm, Kiana Hazel, Avery Vondrak, and Alana Olson.
Well, we're in the championship round of the senior division, and all these kids are absolutely incredible showmen. It's going to be hard to pick a top five because these kids are dialed in, and they know they're good too, which I appreciate. This is the last hurrah of this show. I want to thank the Summit one last time for having me come out and be able to be part of it because it's been absolutely incredible. The kids have been great. The quality of the cattle have been great. And the people have been great. So let's put our hands together. We'll pick you a top five. We'll start at fifth and go up.
And congratulations to our senior showman in 5th place, Anna Dirksen. In 4th place, Alana Olson. 3rd place, Georgia Holm. 2nd place, Avery Coles. And in 1st place, senior showmanship, Nolan Hackett, Sauk Rapids, Minnesota.